gentlemen, here we are in the heart of Abu Dhabi, surrounded by the desert's golden glow and the city's unmistakable energy. Just a stone's throw from the capital skyline and the Yas Marina circuit itself lies the Forsan International Sports Resort. It sits right on the crossroads of sport and speed, a place where the roar of engines mixes with the warmth of the Arabian sun. And this weekend, it plays host to what will be round one of the Champions of the Future Academy Program UAE in 2025 and 2026. The Forsan International Sports Resort, Europe Opening 2010 event record set by Marcus Shilkunas earlier on in time, qualifying a 54.536. Can we see that pace come down even more as the day progresses? But let's take a closer dive into the circuit itself. It is a pretty mesmerizing place here in Forsan. It's 165 meters down that start-finish straight, a short 80 meter straight out of that bottom section into section number 3. It's around 1,200 meters in total track length, 8 meters wide, 5 meter elevation change here. It is an undulating circuit for our drivers to go racing on this weekend. But like we say, those turns, 17 of them in total, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and 3 hairpins. Each and every one of those corners provides its own unique challenges. Many of them, though, provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 10, 12, and that final chicane, 16 and 17, prove a vital part of the racetrack for the drivers this weekend. 3 classes about to go racing, as they'll be topping out at a fabulous speed, 110 kilometers an hour in towards turn number 1, and of course round into that bottom section of the circuit as well through the bowl section. They'll average around 72 kilometers an hour around the entirety of the lap. But as we were mentioning, 3 classes here this weekend: the OKN Junior, the OKN Senior, and of course Mini 60 as well. Everyone here trying for their chance to put their name at the top of the tables. But it will be the OKN Juniors, the first ones to head out onto the circuit for the 2-day weekend of racing here. And it is qualifying Heat 1 that is coming up first. 9 laps, 11-kilometer race distance. And if you're brand new to the Champions of the Future Academy program and you're wondering, Anthony, what's the format? How does it work? Well, very simple. It is a 2-day format. Each class will have 2 qualifying heats and then a final on the first day, on Saturday. That effectively becomes round 1 of round 1. Then on the Sunday, brand new day, brand new qualifying heats, and another final. Effectively makes it round 1.2, effectively over the course of the first round. Then we head, of course, to the second round. They repeat all the process again. There on your screen, Axel Nocom, though, in the juniors, pole position in time qualifying earlier today. He was very closely followed by Nathan Capin. However, drama striking for Capin, an unfortunate post-qualifying penalty. It's put him right to the back of the grid. However, his pace was strong. Keep an eye on the number 23 to push through the field here at the Forsan International Sports Resort circuit. The rest of the field, though, priming themselves ready, and there is another real contender here this weekend. Mitash Jain of the UAE going from the front row of the grid, now promoted to the front row of the grid with, of course, that penalty. So has a real fighting chance here. There you can see not only is it the juniors, but the minis here priming themselves ready. A handful of some of the contenders here this weekend. You can see coming and hailing all the way from Scotland there in the pink hat, Chloe McGill. We'll be racing out there, and she's trying to keep cool out there as much as possible. Of course, it's 5 degrees up in Scotland in the UK right now, to the very calming temperatures of around 32 degrees here in the UAE. But we've not hit that temperature just yet. We're still floating in the high 20s right now at 26 degrees. I can hear engines have fired up. The first race of the day is heading out onto the track. And let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then, which we'll see not the biggest grid you'll see in the world, but 11 drivers heading out onto the circuit. Axel Nocom from the Philippines. Start there's one on pole position. Mithas Jain promoted to that front row. Vir Chopra and Leo Anya go from row number 2. They'll have Harrison Stevens and Aran Qureshi going from the 3rd row of the grid. Aaron Mason and Ari Kallenberg go from row 4. They'll have Kayani Patish and Ilyana Kostajic going from the 5th row of the grid. Nathan Capin, lap penalty, shotgun at the back of the field. The 11 for the driver from the UAE. Can he put that name through the field? Can he get that cart to the front of this grid? That is the question. Drivers now getting themselves formed up, ready to go. Their race director, Martin Bean, here for the Champions of the Future Academy program, in constant communication with all of the officials out there. Of course, you've got race control with Joanna Falcao and Sam Fisher watching a staggering number of cameras out on the circuit. They'll be in constant communication throughout this to report any and all incidents to the stewards, and they'll be keeping a close eye on all the pilots here this weekend. Like we're saying, for the drivers here right now, this is their last chance to get temperature into those tyres. You would think here in the Emiratis that won't be too difficult. Of course, temperatures here very hot, the sun blaring down on the circuit all day, but there is that mist in the air, of course, the dust from the deserts that surround us here at the Forsan International Sports Resort circuit. Drivers just getting themselves into position here now. They are nearing the red line. That's someone who's had drama. Now that is Kayani Pratis, unfortunately, who has come back in to Parc Ferme. That kart going no further. Speed's a little quick here. Pace needs to bring that down just that little bit. There will be a kart missing then. Kayani Pratis out of the race, due to be starting this one. P9 into the tram lines. Are we racing? It's lights out, fights on then in OKN Junior. Down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start there for Nocom. Holds that inside line, denies Mithas Jain a chance to get through down the inside, but it's a good start for the field here as they head through the top section now up into the chicane. This is where it gets really tight, really twisty for the drivers. It undulates here nicely round the right-hander, down the hill into the heavy braking zone here of the hairpin. This is where they sweep it round, back uphill now into the bowl section, and already you're seeing a great getaway here for Nocom. No real drama for him at this moment in time. The only thing they do need to watch out for is track limits. So many places on this circuit where you can get caught out by those track limits. So drivers just needing to keep it on the straight and narrow here into that final sector. Last 2 turns for the drivers before they end this first lap. It is Nocom who still leads the way. Vir Chopra there getting up into 2nd place. Leo Aina as well has got up into 3rd. Aran Qureshi up into 4th place. Mithas Jain not had the best start there and has gone down in the order, but we'll keep a close eye on that pace. Other drivers as well. Harrison Stevens not had the best getaway on this one. He is a very well-known driver in the UAE, and certainly one to keep a close eye on. First race though, just seemingly not going his way right at the start. Nocom still leads though, but is under pressure. 0.2 of a second. Vir Chopra is closing in. The gap down to 0.2 now. But again, through this tight and twisty final sector, becomes a little bit more challenging for the drivers to get a move done. You can see how they're side by side in the background there. Nathan Capin starting to push through the order from the back of the grid. This is your front though. Nocom and Chopra. Line astern here right now. A little wide there for Qureshi just in the background trying to close in on Leo Aina. And Aina holding on pretty nicely to 3rd place. Big hit of the curb there for Nocom just to keep it squared away. But Aaron Mason though is the fastest driver. Mason pushing through here. Currently purple out there, currently in 6th place, is on a gain. Keep a close eye on that fight. Very wide there for Leo Aina, and that won't be well received from the officials, and marshals out there will be calling out any track limits to the officials, and of course those warning flags will come out to the drivers if they feel like they've gained any advantage out there. Out of the final turn, once again onto lap number 4 now of this race. 3 completed of their 9-lap race. And still, at this moment, all eyes focusing on the top runners. Nocom now has broken away pretty comfortably there at the front of the field. Has now just set the fastest lap of the race as well. So 55.607 now is that quickest time. And the gap now up to 0.4 of a second. Here, though, on your screen, this is what we want to see. Nathan Cappin charging through the field. Second fastest in time qualifying, only by 0.02 of a second from Axel Nocom, so he knows the pace is there. However, the traffic here around the tight and twisty Alpha Sand circuit certainly makes it a bit of a challenge for a driver to come from the back of the grid, but he's already on a 5-place gain here now. Cappin closing in on Aaron Mason, that number 15 machine, who's also on a 2-place gain here. And we'll keep a close eye as they push through. You can see everyone here doing a good job, and there's move down the inside. Nathan Cappin gets it done. That's P5 now on the cards for Nathan Cappin. This is further, this Mithans James back on the charge here. Back to 3rd place, just got past Leo Aina. That is for P3. Nocom again, fastest lap. But has been caught up. Mitch Chopra has closed the gap down once again. Leo Aina there again. Utilising the track limits there on the side of the circuit. Will need to be careful with that one. Cappin there, though, will start to close in. Bit of a gap, though, between himself and the next. Around 0.8 of a second. Cappin's going to have to close down. Slowly running out of time here. There is Jane digging deep here. The number 55 machine from the UAE. Mithans Jain certainly trying to get involved in the top 2 battle here. This moment, though, is going to need to close down a full second here on that, but has done a good job there. 55.233, fastest lap for the driver in 3rd place, and now has gone purple in sector number 1 on this lap. There you can see visibly the gap starting to close in for 3rd place. But we'll keep a close eye on that progression. Right now, Nocom delivering what it wants. Speaking to Axel Nocom after this one, a lot of fatigue, a lot of sweat on the drivers, of course. Very hot conditions out there. Elevated even more so with the race suit and helmet on. Some real endurance for these drivers this weekend, as they are going to try stay hydrated, of course, out there. Many teams being represented here this weekend, of course. War Motorsport here from South Africa. XL Motorsport as well, a prolific team in the UAE. George Gibbons Motorsport as well, GGM, and the GNKD team. As, oh dear, there's been a moment out on the circuit. And, oh dear me, and who's involved there? Is that Aaron Mason? I think it is. Aaron Mason, who's up and out of his kart. So he had a collision there with Aran Qureshi. Both of those seemingly not closing up on my timing screen. Yes, it is the number 17. So Aran Qureshi and Aaron Mason, who were scrapping away for about P6 and 7. Fortunately, now both out of this race. Eyes on this, Cappin now on the charge. He's got through past Leo Aina, and Cappin now up into 4th place. This is a great charge. But of course, will need to babysit those tyres, of course, over this one. The Vega tyres on board this weekend for the field, as every weekend for the Academy program. And of course, it's only the 1 full set they get per day. So these tyres will have done time qualifying earlier on. Of course, this and their 2nd heat, and then of course that all-important final later on today. Tyre management key on this one as, oh dear, Nathan Cappin, that front nose cone there looking like it's taken a bit of a knock. Don't know if it's dropped there. It is easily done when a driver here is trying to push through the field from the back of the grid. Nose cone's very easily happening here, but I've got to say, done a great job of closing in on these front runners. Here is your top 3. It's still Axel Nocom over the line, in control of this race. Gap's been the biggest it's been all race as we go on to the final lap of this one. 0.6 of a second here from Veer Chopra. Veer Chopra, of course, certainly a very prolific driver, well known, racing out in the MENA Cup, the Middle East Championship. and seen him out there, of course, fighting at that front end. Well known in the world of racing, and of course out in Europe as well. But on the eyes of this one, no one seeming to be able to close in here on Axel Nocom, who is holding on to the lead now by 0.5 of a second. It was a lovely pole position earlier on. It's going to be a lovely first opening race here for Axel Nocom. Out of the final corner, checker flag is out. That's the first win of the weekend for Nocom, and that puts his name at the sharp end, ready for the second race. And of course, that final later on today. Veer Chopra takes second place, a step up from that second row of the grid. Puts Mithaj Jain down to third from that front row, but still gets that top three. Still a quick race and the fastest lap of the race for Mithaj Jain, so keep an eye on the driver from the UAE. Certainly putting pressure. Nathan Capin, P4 though. It's a strong result there for Capin. The dramas from time qualifying, the penalty that put him to the back of the grid, finds him at the front end, and the biggest mover out there with 7 places gained. Well, first race done of the day. 2 more to go in the morning phase. Then we take a very short break, only about 20 or so minutes. And then, of course, we head into the second run of qualifying heats. Another break after that, and then, of course, those finals later on today. There is your results on screen. Axel Nocom taking the first win of the weekend for the Philippines. Veer Chopra taking P2 ahead of Mithaj Jain. Nathan Capin from Leo Aina, Harrison Stevens, Ari Kallenberg, Liana. Well, very quick times through from Australia. The last out there, so still forward on the 2-place gain. The retirements, unfortunately, Aaron Mason, Arhan Qureshi, and unfortunately not even starting the race. A big shame there for Kalyani, Pratish. Unfortunately not seeing the end of it. There are the 2 drivers unfortunately involved in that moment. Aaron Mason there on your screen, walking back to his machine, and yeah, the recovery operation underway. Not the way you want to start the first race of the day, but still strong performance there for the field. And like we say, the minis will be coming up next. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. And a good start for Axel Nocom here. No real drama right at the start. Had that inside line going into turn 1. It is a tricky turn 1 here. 90-degree right-hander, uphill as well going into the corner. Very easy to lose the back end. And Mithaj Jain trying to get that lead. Unfortunately, dropped down the order just that little bit. We'd already lost Pratisa in this early stage. Kalani out of the race before the race even started. Rest of the field going through. Capin having a really good run in that one. Nathan Capin from the back of the grid will be a driver we keep an eye on here. The unfortunate retirements there mid-race for Aaron Mason and Arhan Qureshi, unfortunately tangling away. That was the last overtake for Nathan Capin. That was past Leo Aina. That was up into 4th place. The checker flag went out. Axel Nocom taking that first win of the weekend, and a very strong start for the driver from the Philippines. We will see him back out on track later on today. Well, first race done and dusted, as these drivers will head back to Parc Fermé. They'll get checked over to make sure the karts are all in conformity with the regulations, and I am sure they will be, but still, you can see it there. Aaron Mason head back in the seat. He is not happy with how that first race unfolded. But still, we'll keep a close eye on their progression later on in the day. There is Axel Nocom out of the kart, helmet off, suit off, trying to cool down as much as he possibly can. It's completely understandable. Very, very warm out there. And right now, good start to the race though. Right then, Mini 60 will be the next one out onto the circuit. Qualifying Heat 1. stepping out on track. This one will see 15 karts head out onto the circuit. And again, staggering list of names here. A lot of these drivers, their first or second international race appearance. A lot of them only racing on a national scene for the first half of their racing careers right now. And it's just a case of seeing what they can do in this one. And they're starting on pole position. It's a very well-known name in the world of mini racing. Atik Amir goes pole position in time qualifying. An incredible drive at the start of the weekend, and certainly is a fan favourite of this circuit. Is the young driver from the UAE, keeping a close eye on her progression in the career. Certainly a quick driver here in the UAE, and has shown great pace, not only here, but of course out in Europe as well. And certainly one to keep a close eye on. Not alone, though, on that front row of the grid. Benjamin Krajkovic, very quick earlier on, backing by, of course, the well-known team here, the GNKD. Good team here based in the UAE, well-known with their racing in other series. And here on that parallel opportunity chassis in the Mini 60 class, Benjamin Krajkovic certainly could be a contender this weekend as they try to keep the drivers as cool as possible at the start of this field. And like you see there, minimal wind here at the circuit. You can see the heat haze as many representatives from the XL Motorsport team here. A lot of drivers here running with the XL team and the War Motorsport team. The George Gibbons team, very prolific out there as well. There on your screen is the driver starting this one on the second row of the grid, Liam O'Halloran, racing out there. Certainly one to watch. Great pace in TQ, great pace in the morning warm-ups as well, and as well in yesterday's free practice. Certainly will be one to keep a close eye on. He'd walk around earlier on this morning within the paddock, chatting to a lot of the drivers. Main question I asked at the end of the chat was, where are you going to finish today? Every single driver said P1. Unfortunately, only one of them could be that driver starting on the front row of the grid there, sitting just alongside, not the 805 there. I believe that is a Mason Hibbett we see on our screens there. The driver of the 807. No, actually, that is an LBJ Stubbs I see there on the 805. And Stubbs certainly one to keep an eye on. And he is right behind the likes of Krajkovic on that second row of the grid. Will have Mason Hibbett on the third row on the opposite side of the row. Lesnoli will be starting behind LBJ Stubbs on this one on that third row of the grid. And again, all of these drivers very quick in time qualifying. All of them just kind of chopping and changing in their fastest laps over the course of the free practices earlier on. And all of them now trying to fight for those top positions. Everyone else looking to push forward. There is Mason Hibbett. And you can see him there, Fusion race suit on board. Well-known driver around the world in young karting. And we'll keep a close eye on his progression here from the third row of the grid. Got to dig deep in this one as they push through the field. The mini class, certainly a challenging group. Of course, all about that slipstream, about the toe for the drivers here. And right now, we have seen that whistle blowing there. Last few words of encouragement. One of them there. The Italian racing under the colours for the UAE, Francesco Lesnoli, with the George Gibbons outfit this weekend. And they're on that parallel opportunity machine prepared by the teams and certainly looking strong. Field now, though, looking clear and ready for this race. We wait for the green flag to show there. Ross Upton, Chief Pre-Grid Officer here this weekend, shows the yellow flag indicating 30 or so seconds before the field heads out onto the track. And everyone vying for their spot to watch the racing here. Let's see how this will progress as we wait for that green flag to wave on that pre-grid. It is Mini 60 qualifying Heat 1. That is engines on and heading out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup And we look forward to seeing what the Mini 60s can do in this one, with the front row being Atika Mir and Benjamin Krajkovic. A great run in TQ puts them on the front row of the grid. Liam O'Halloran goes from row 2 alongside Albie J. Stubbs, Mason Hibbert and Francesco Laziani going from row number 3. Keep a close eye on all of those. Amato Baza, a new name on my field here, but pushing to that 4th row of the grid alongside Raddy Harris. And again, first, second or international race we see for the driver from South Africa. Chloe McGill from Scotland in the UK on the 5th row of the grid. Samar Chopra starting alongside Loashu out there, Matabula, I should say. Loashu Matabula from South Africa on that 6th row of the grid will be joined by Alexander Fryenstein. Then it will be the likes of Sheikh Saif Al Khalifa on row 7, joined by Paul Schutzman, Ivan Voronin on that 15th spot of the grid, the 8th row of the field. Only the 15 karts out there, but still very close in timed qualifying. We'll keep a close eye on the progression here this weekend, but all these drivers have been quick with their pace. You can see here now, doing their level best to try and clear that circuit. It was very dusty in the morning. It's very dusty offline here. And you can see the different color in the tarmac there. The sand that surrounds the circuit very easily blown onto the track. Certainly makes it very, very slippery into the bowl section there. You can see how bumpy it is there through that sector. As the yellow flags wave, hopefully the drivers slow that pace down quite significantly here. We get this field lined up, ready to go. And at this moment, Atika Mir and Benjamin Krajkovic on the front row of this grid will be sending us in towards lap number 1. Great work from the marshals so far this weekend. The Forsan International Sports Resort, some of the greatest marshals here who'll be watching over our drivers this weekend into the tram lines. We are lights out, we are racing down and towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the inside line. You can see the dust on that inside line of the drivers going into turn 1, but it is Atika Mir who holds on to P1 as they head down in towards that first sector on this opening lap. Rest of the field here priming themselves at the back of the field. It is a good start for the rest of them. And I think Liam O'Halloran there getting a great getaway on that inside row. Krajkovic trying to hold on in that top section. You can see as they head down the hill now in towards sector number 2. And you can see already how Atika Mir starting to break away from the chasing pack. Now, it's not easy to do that in the Mini 60 category. It's all about the slipstream. It's all about the toe. But here at the Forsan circuit, certainly challenging for the drivers to get that toe. So easy to trip over another driver. But here down the straight, 165 meters, you get a good toe, you get a good slipstream, and someone utilizing that straight away is Benjamin Krajkovic. Down the inside, gets through past Hibbert, who's had a brilliant start to the race here. Mason Hibbert, 3 places gained, is there in 2nd place and has pushed through nicely. O'Halloran still there in P4. Hibbert, though, to 3rd as Krajkovic starting to pile on that pressure to Atika Mir. The gap 0.4 of a second. We do expect it to come down just with that slipstream opportunity here. You're starting to see Krajkovic and Hibbert break away now. This is nice from these 2 drivers. Krajkovic, though, back there into P2. More moves in the background there. O'Halloran trying to go for the moves as well. Lithnoli also trying to get involved. Stubbs there as well. But it's gone down the order. Keep a close eye on this. Schutzman's had a good start to the race here. 4th place gain for Paul Schutzman, who's pushing through the field. Eyes on this as they head up the hill. And again, we love this from Mini 60. They've closed the gap. Atika Mir, Krajkovic and Hibbert. 1, 2, 3, 0.4 of a second separate the top 3 as Krajkovic goes fastest out there. To 101.039. Closing in, of course, this the shortest race of the weekend for the fields. Only 7 laps. And we're about halfway's distance now on lap number 3 here. And at this moment, Atika Mir holding off the field right now. She had great pace in qualifying. Now comes the second phase. Big move down the inside there in the background. Trying to get the move done is Albie Stubbs on Liam O'Halloran, and not able to get it done just yet. Stays behind and trying to focus in. You can see that fight there just in the background. That move now still holding on. This one here though, Atika Mir under pressure because now she's down to 3rd place. Krajkovic and Hibbert both getting through. Despite the best efforts from Atika Mir, this is where she's now going to have to find that raw pace she had earlier on. Down the inside, nice change. Hibbert into P1, Atika Mir back to P2. That's step 1 done. Can this race continue? Because the rest of the field's closed in now. But still, we see these top runners in a very close form right now. Hibbert in the lead. As Atika Mir looks to the inside, not close enough here into the 3rd and final sector. Stays behind right now. Krajkovic holding 3rd. Lisgnoli still there, you can see them. All seemingly very similar coloured helmets out there. We're kind of running the fluoro yellow. Quite difficult to establish the difference between the drivers. Mir to the inside, going for the move. Wheel to wheel, just finds the gap. Atika Mir back to P1. Incredible drive. Hibbert holds on to 2nd. Krajkovic, though, might sense an opportunity to go for the move, and he's going to look to the inside here. Going into the hairpin, has got it done. Hibbert now being swallowed by the pack. Lisgnoli's still there. O'Halloran involved in it. Stubbs is there as well. Harris, Freienstein still holding just behind. Schutzman and Freienstein are on a good charge right now. They're on a 4 and a 5 place gain. They are behind this battle right now, as unfortunately, that is Amar Tabaz out of the race. That's a big shame for the 812 machine. The first retirement in the Mini 60 class. So, recap on Mini 60. Mir back to the front. Looking to the inside there was Stubbs. Close enough there on O'Halloran, and stays behind just for the moment. But Atika Mir, pole position, dropped down to 3rd place earlier on, back to P1. Continuing that trend. Here though, Krajkovic not able to close that gap up once again. I think is more thinking about Hibbert than thinking about closing into Atika Mir just ahead. The gap's around 0.4 of a second right now here in Mini 60. And you can see that big group behind. Similarly, slightly different racing lines here. Need to keep it smooth on these laps. Don't waste any time by overdriving the car. Very easily done here. And all the meanwhile, keeping that pressure on Atika Mir, who is looking very comfortable at the front here. Small, precise movements with the wheel. Keeps that car nice and competitive. The gap has come down though. Krajkovic once again on the charge. 0.2 of a second. Final lap board is out. Krajkovic's got to go for the move. It's got to be on this lap. Will he stay there in 2nd place? Will he attack going into that 3rd and final sector? We'll have to wait and see. He's dropped Hibbert just behind. Hibbert not close enough right now to put the pressure on. Krajkovic can get that move done. It will bring in that pack behind. Atika Mir just needs to focus now on that line at the front of the field, and at the moment she is doing a superb job of that one. But again, Krajkovic closes that door down the inside. Lisgnoli tries to make the move on Hibbert. Hibbert makes contact, and that's disaster for them. O'Halloran's going to get involved. Here we go at the front here. Krajkovic all over the back of Atika Mir into the final sector of this lap. It's not going to be enough. Atika Mir, it's lights to flag across the line. That's race 1. And that's a race win for Atika Mir here in Al Forsan. Superb drive in Mini 60. Krajkovic holds on to 2nd. Hibbert does hold 3rd. O'Halloran goes to 4th. Lisgnoli goes 5th. That attempt there for P3 didn't work out, dropped to P5. LBJ Stubbs in the end takes 6th ahead of Raddy Harris, who unfortunately had a calm race there for Raddy Harris in South Africa. A 1-place gain, but stays in P7. Alexander Freienstein, a 4-place gain, finishes in P8 ahead of Samar Chopra. Paul Schutzman, also 4 places, rounds out the top 10. Chloe McGill ahead of the rest of the field there. Finishing is Luashu Matabula. And good race there. Only the 1 drop in the positions. Ivan Voronin. And then it is the likes Atikamir takes P1 in Forsan in the first qualifying heats. That is a solid start to the day, and that you can see, very controlled drive, and certainly had to fight for it though in that mid-pack, and certainly had to claim back that P1 with, of course, Krajkovic and both Hibbert getting past in that early phase. But there, Atikamir, that is race 1 done, and good points on the board. Race 2 later on for Mini 60. Can that young lady there repeat that process? Here's the highlights, and again, great start for Atikamir here, not having to defend at all really from the likes of Krajkovic, and he actually dropped down the order a little bit there. Hibbert had a great start to that race. Hibbert on the 807 machine, 4 places gained right at the beginning, stepped it up into P2, did drop backwards though later on in the race. Krajkovic's pace much stronger there in the race, was able to get those positions back after not having the start there. This was the moment that we saw that overtake down the inside at turn 1. It's a tricky move here. Tight turn 1, very easy to overdrive it through the turn. And again, through this section here, this is into sector number 3. That moment, saw drivers pushing their way through forward. I saw Lignoli battling his way through the field. This is the moment that Atikamir lost the lead. That was Krajkovic down the inside. Hibbert just able to follow through as well. Atikamir, though, stayed strong. This was Hibbert going to the lead. She followed through on this one as well. And that put Krajkovic back down to P3. This was her attempt then in towards turn 1. Anything you can do, I can do better. Kept her nose in it. Just down the inside. Found the gap through turn 2. Just as they crest the hill. Retook that lead. Was able to hold on to it. And Hibbert as well, dropping back down to 3rd. Did hold on to 3rd, though, in that final stage. The first and only retirement, unfortunately. Amar Tabaza into Parc Ferme, onto the weighbridge, out of the race, unfortunately, with 4 laps to go. That was the final lap moment. That was Lignozzi trying to get that move down the inside of Hibbert. Not close enough to do so. Lost out on a P4 there. You could see Krajkovic tried to get the lead on that one. Wasn't going to be enough. Atikamir taking race 1 victory here in Forsan. A superb drive from the young female from the UAE. We're going to take a short break, though. Don't go anywhere. One more race to go in the morning. We'll see the OKN Senior category coming out next. Don't go anywhere.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues. From the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovations such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future Academy program here for the UAE rounds here in 2025 and 2026. This is round 1 of the brand new UAE Series for the Academy program. This weekend, the seniors have yet to race out on circuit. We saw them in time qualifying. Now, the first race of the day, Markas Šilkūnas of Lithuania. He's leading the main academy program that's been out in Europe for the last 4 rounds. 2 rounds remain of that one. He is currently the championship leader. However, this is the UAE Series, so a brand new title to see if he can go and grab in this one over the 2 rounds. But he primes himself ready as the main series heads to the UAE, of course, to Elaine. And then, of course, later on in the series, heading to this very circuit, the Forsan International Sports Resort. But here, the seniors out on track, priming themselves ready. And many people, there smiles all around watching these races. There is a George Gibbons from GGM. He's out there watching his drivers this weekend. There on your screen, starting alongside Guido Badoli, the driver from Namibia. Keep a close eye on him. He's in the Zanki Motorsport colours out there. But, of course, they're racing with the GGM team this weekend with their support. And very strong performance over the course of time qualifying. That last lap he got out there in that session just bumped him up to the front row of the grid. There is Vanessa Šilkreta, sister of Markas Šilkūnas, both from Lithuania, and starting right behind her brother. That's always an interesting thing to see, but let's see what these two can do. They were running well with each other in time qualifying and kept that pace nice and close between the two of them as well out there, but that's going to be the close fight we were going to see. But they're not alone, of course. Joining on that second row of the grid, Alessandro Biggi. There he is on your screen, a very well-known driver here in the UAE. Keep a close eye on him, pushing forward through this field. Great pace, and here with the International Sports Resort in Forsan, not only in casting, wakeboarding. You know what? I might give that a good go later on. I'll be absolutely terrible of it. I'll certainly give it a good try. Right, green flag waving. First race of the day for OKN Senior. Heads out on track. Only 9 carts on this one, but hopefully we will see some fierce racing for the senior category, because a lot of these drivers well known in the world of international motorsports. And of course we will keep a very close eye on their progression in this one. Right then, let's take you through that full starting lineup then. Like you say, it's only 9, but it starts with Marcus Shilkunas and Guida Badoli on the front row of the grid. Vanessa Shilkaneta and Alessandro Biggi go from row number 2. There we'll see Emilia Wieszomirska and Gianna Pascal on row number 3. Row 4 sees Ella Hakkinen, who saw her first podium out in Slovakia in the Champions of the Future Academy program. Was starting alongside Omar Jorge and Jordan Moody on row number 9. I will stress Ella Hakkinen, that's not her first podium ever. She has had many of them, but her first podium in the Academy program in 2025. She got that out there in Slovakia. And that a very different circuit to this one. The Slovakia ring, very tight, twisty, a very compact circuit. This one, the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track, very open with its runoff, tarmac runoff areas, very open with the turns. They are still tight, but this track, much more undulating there, as all these drivers will be trying to push their way forward. Like we mentioned earlier on, TQ was quite competitive. There were 2 groups out there. We saw the likes of Shilkunas, Shilkaneta, and the likes of Alessandro Biggi. They were running around in a group of 3 with each other. Jordan Moodley all on his own, and then Hakkinen, Omar Jorge, Wieszomirska, Pascal, and Guida Badoli, they were in their own group as well. And the pace seemingly was relatively strong throughout the course of the field here, with drivers setting a personal best and some drivers setting new fastest laps of the weekend. And of course, one of those being the pole sitter in this one, Marcus Shilkunas. Look forward to seeing what he can do here this weekend. He knows this circuit well. He's taken podiums here before in the Academy program, and we'll see what he can do here in the Academy program UAE in 2025 and 2026. Well, into the final sector they go. They've passed the red line. No overtaking permitted beyond this point as they round the final corner and into those tram lines. It's OKN Senior. It is lights out, fights on, and down in towards turn number 1. Good start again for Shilkunas, immediately sweeping across the track there, covering off Guida Badoli, who holds on to second place on this one. Vanessa Shilkaneta trying to get involved, but it's there in P4 right now. Looks like Alessandro Biggi's got the move done and has stepped up into 3rd place, but we'll keep a close eye on that one as they head down the hill once more. It's a good getaway for Shilkunas, who has broken away already. He's opened up that gap with that purple sector 1. He's got about a 6 kart length already at the front of the field. But we will watch that as it progresses on, because again, it's one thing of opening up the gap. Keeping it is another thing. Can he do that for the staggering 12-lap race on this one? Into the final sector and into the final corners now. It's already a commanding lead, but let's see how big it is across the line. Shilkunas has got a 9/10 lead from Badoli there. Biggie, as we were saying, up into 3rd place. Shilkaneta dropping to 4th. Gianna Pascal's had a good race there. She's jumped up to P5. Wieszomirska to P6. Hakkinen, Jorge, and Moodley holding on to their original positions. Right now, we'll focus on that lead train here. It's still very close in that front running. That mid-pack still very consistent with their pace. Shilkunas here seemingly having a little bit more to offer out on circuit. No one seemingly being able to match the pace in this early stage of the race, but we will keep an eye on everyone else. Badoli, Biggie and Shilkaneta leading that second group right now as they all try to push their way forward. They can see the gap already opening up. 1.1 seconds. They cross the line now. What is it going to be? Staggering 1.2 second gap now between 1st and 2nd place. Shilkunas continuing to open it up. Looking back in the field, other drivers who are looking quick. The other of the Lithuanians, Vanessa Shilkaneta, went purple in sector number 1 on that last lap. So the pace is there as down the inside. That's Ella Hakkinen on the charge here. Hakkinen, is that through past Emilia Wieszomirska in the back of the field? I believe it is. So Emilia Wieszomirska now going to have to dig deep now to close in on that group in front. You can see how Gianna Pascal is just at the back of this train. Vanessa Shilkaneta ahead. Not able to find that way through yet. This mid-pack battle here certainly going to be I suspect, heating up in this early stage. For these drivers here, of course, 12 laps. It's a long old race for them. And a lot they've got to think about over the course of this lap. This has got pretty much everything, this circuit. It's got the undulations, it's got the crests, it's got the sharp chicanes, the long straights, the fast sweepers as well. And so everyone trying to learn this track as much as they can. It's not one that's on the calendar often. We only seem to come here once every blue moon, and right now, the Forsan International Sports Resort certainly very quick. Jordan Moodley, unfortunately, out of the race, and yeah, that's not the best start to the weekend, unfortunately, for the driver from South Africa, and hopefully all squared away at the end of that one. Here, though, rest of the field looking strong as, once again, Ella Häkkinen on the charge, has got through past Gianna Pascal, and so has Emilia Wiśniewska as well. So Pascal, great pace in qualifying, just struggling a little bit in this early phase of the race. We are lap 5 at this moment of 12. Plenty of time remaining in this race, but still, we'll keep an eye on this one. Three ladies here going absolutely tooth and nail right now, but Ella Häkkinen leading this trail. Here comes Pascal back down the inside of Emilia Wiśniewska, but not close enough for the attack. Wiśniewska holding it round the outside there, and that's released Häkkinen there. That will be very useful for Ella Häkkinen here. She'll be able to close in to Vanessa Schilkinator there, who's in P4. The gap between them is about 0.3 of a second. It's doable in the time they've got remaining. We'll have to keep an eye on the pace, though, and those sector times. There is your race leader, Schilkunas, Bidoli, Biggie from Schilkinator. There is Häkkinen. There is Vanessa Schilkinator and Emilia Wiśniewska. Gianna Pascal pushing through, but not close enough yet. She had one attempt earlier on down at the downhill hairpin. This time around, not able to do so, is on that rear bumper again. Could we see another attempt here? We are going to see another attempt. Gianna Pascal to the inside. This time, she's made it work. That is superb for Gianna Pascal through past Emilia Wiśniewska, back to P6. But now becomes the fight. Can she close in once more on Ella Häkkinen, who has broken away quite significantly now from the two fighting behind. She's on her own attempt to close in to Vanessa Schilkinator. Guidobadoli on that last lap did set the fastest lap of the race. That, though, has now been taken away once more. Marcus Schilkunas at the front of the field has just put in that purple time at 54.957. Very quick time. But like I say, is holding that gap right now. Still 1.1 seconds at the front of that grid. Lap number 7 here of 12. Front of the field calm right now. And Schilkunas doing everything he needs here. This is a tough circuit for these drivers to race on, especially with the track limits. So many drivers in yesterday's free practice sessions were getting called out and caught out with those track limits. And the officials quick to penalise drivers. Just to say, keep it within the island, keep it within those white lines as best as you can. Eyes in the back of the field there. Häkkinen has closed in on Vanessa Schilkinator. The pace here from Ella Häkkinen, very, very quick. So how close it was just behind, but the gap's come down just that fraction more. She went purple on that last lap, did Ella Häkkinen. She is on the charge, is the Monegasque driver. And certainly one to watch in this race. That fight's coming down into the hairpin now. You can see how close they are, the two of them, as they go through. Vanessa Schilkinator, who was fighting at that sharp end in time qualifying, now might have to fight to see if she can hold on to a top 4 finish here. Because Ella Häkkinen all over that rear bumper. Both of these drivers part of the Discover Your Drive initiative, backed by F1 Academy, of course. 3 female drivers in each one of the classes over the course of this season. These are 2 of them. Down the inside, Häkkinen gets the move done through turn 16 and takes P4 away. And you can see nodding of the head there down the start-finish straight. Ella Häkkinen on the charge now. Can she close in to get a top 3? It's very doable. Alessandro Biggie's there in 3rd place. but is not uncatchable right now in this race. But not only has Häkkinen got to think about closing in, she's got to think about defensive as well. Vanessa Schilkinator will not sit down with that overtake happening. You can see she is committed to trying closing in, but seemingly just there, not having the pace out of the hairpin, not able to close in here. Häkkinen seeming looking much stronger here right now. That car glued to the track. And a lot of drivers say that they like to have a loose setup here with the kart sliding around. Yes, that may have been the case back in the day, but these karts now are set up so well that they are glued to the track. Here is the battle further back in the field. This is Pascal and Wisniewska. They are still fighting away as well. Of course, Ella Häkkinen was with this fight not only a few laps ago. Only down to Pascal and Wisniewska now, who are doing a great job of fighting away here, but no change just yet between these two. Pascal holding on to the fight. Omar Jorge just behind, is there in 8th place, is putting in some good laps right now. The pace is good out there. 55.8 at the moment is the fastest lap. Still a good time, but still, for a lot of these drivers, their first time racing here at this circuit, and it is a challenge. Of course, Jorge from Mexico, really delivering in on this one. It's down the inside. Wisniewska tried it there on Gianna Pascal. That move down the inside, not close enough. And that front nose seemingly safe for now for Wisniewska. But an attempt like that again, she might have a bit of a moment there with Gianna Pascal. It's a late lunge, but both of them wise to it and both of them holding on to it. Here though, your leader, Schilkhunis at the front. Gap has come down. Guido Badoli in this second half of the race. Seemingly found some pace. It's down to 9/10 of a second. Just still calling it out though. The driver from Namibia has opened that gap back up again. 1.1 seconds now. This is going to be a tough one for this field here. Schilkhunis has got quick pace. These drivers are going to need to think about something to try and close in on this one. Replay here of Badoli, and a big hit of the curb there, just pushing through, showing the accuracy here of the Italian. Don't do that too many times, find yourself losing quite a bit of time. Marcus Schilkhunis though, going on to the final lap, doing Schilkhunis things. Fastest lap of the race here, 54.743, has opened the gap back to 1.2 seconds. This is what we talk about this young man from Lithuania. Not only quick count here in the UAE, but quick in Europe as well. Speaking to him earlier on, you know, he says there are big differences between these tracks, of course, temperatures being one of them. But one thing that hasn't changed from Europe to the UAE is his position. Out of the final corner, Marcus Schilkhunis claims the first senior win of the weekend. Across the line, clear by 1.4 seconds. Guido Badoli takes second place ahead of Alessandro Biggi, who held on to third place on a one-place gain. He was closed in by the incredible drive, though, from Ella Häkkinen, the driver of the 205 machine. Certainly one to keep an eye. The Monegasque looking strong this weekend. But it's Lithuania on top. It's lights to flag for Marcus Schilkhunis. And there you can see the Kart Republic KR2 machinery working beautifully here at the Forsan International Sports Resort. But there, your biggest mover, the confirmation, Ella Häkkinen, 3 places gained, started 7th, finishes P4. Well, the morning phase done and dusted for junior, mini and senior. They'll be back out for their second phase later on. Of course, don't go anywhere. We'll see some of the highlights from that race and the full finishing order. But it does see Lithuania on top with Marcus Schilkhunis, Guido Badoli from Alessandro Biggi. Ella Häkkinen takes that 4th place spot ahead of Vanessa Schilkinator. Diana Pascal from Emilia Wisniewska. Omar Jorge finishes in P8. The one and only retirement, unfortunately, Jordan Moodley not seeing the checkered flag. There, though, Marcus Schilkhunis. Job done for the Lithuanian. Goes over the weighbridge, and that seems to be all good for him there. And that is job done in that morning phase. There is your provisional classification at the end of that race. Shilkunas from Badoli, Biggie from Hakkinen, Shilkaneta from Pascal, Vishimeska from Jorge, and Moodley rounds out the 9-kart field there. But that early retirement for the South African certainly not forgotten. That final these drivers have got one more race to go today. See the highlights from that race. You can see immediately the start there for Shilkunas was strong. Immediately covers off the attack from Guido Badoli. No chance of him going for the move around the outside. That pace too strong at the get-go out of that final corner. Badoli held on to second place though. It was a good start for Alessandro Biggie though. 1 place gained at the start of the race. Held on to P3 for the majority of it. Ella Hakkinen was the first of the overtakes in the background. Vishimeska though fought back in that early stage. Gianna Pascal was the next attempt on this one. You can see how Vishimeska got involved in that fight. This was attempt number 1 for Gianna Pascal. Didn't work out that time. Attempt 2 though did work out. And that time down the inside, got that move done. Through past Vishimeska. They hold on to it. That was that last overtake from Ella Hakkinen. Past Vanessa Shilkaneta, getting her up into P4. The biggest mover out in the circuit. The slight clip of the curb there for Badoli. And the checkered flag for Marcus Shilkunas, who crosses the line. Very dominant P1. Lights to flag. Pole position earlier on. And that's a race 1 win as well. Well, like we were saying, that is the morning phase done and dusted. We will see them out there for their second run of qualifying heats in around about 20 or so minutes time. Maybe a little bit more on that one. But there you can see it. We'll be back with the juniors, the minis and the seniors before we take another break. And then, of course, into those all-important finals. That'll be starting at around 3 o'clock local time. Do not go anywhere, though. We will see you in around about half an hour's time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Champions of the Future Academy Program UAE here live at the Forsan International Sports Resort. Myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box, taking you through all of the racing action this weekend for the Academy Program's first ever UAE round for the Academy Program, of course, in conjunction with the regular Champions of the Future Academy Program that we will see here racing in the Middle East later on in the season, of course. They've got their last 2 rounds of their full European and UAE Championship. That'll be taking place at Al-Ain and then here at this very circuit, the Forsan International Sports Resort. But enough about that. Let's talk about some racing, because we've already seen 3 races so far, 1 for each class. We're now going to see the second of those races, and it is the OKN Junior Race 2 that is heading out onto the circuit. It's a good start to the day earlier on for this young man here, Axel Nocom, coming away with a race win. And now we'll be on that front row once again, and we'll see whether or not he can do the same in this one. So at the moment, 50 points to the name for Axel Nocom here, and is looking like one of the best contenders so far today. Remember, tomorrow, though, is a brand new day. Another round of qualifying heat. So, again, we have to see what happens over the course of the weekend. Mitans Jane starting alongside on that front row of the grid. We'll talk about that in a small moment. There are some of the hard-working marshals out in the circuit, and we certainly couldn't go racing without them, so we do thank them very dearly. They're out there in the hot temperatures out there. It has now peaked to 30 degrees Celsius. Very warm indeed. There is Mitans Jane, 3rd place in the race earlier on. Still a good result, a top 3 finish. Keep a close eye on the driver for the UAE. Obviously starting this one on the front row of the grid. 2nd row of the grid, Veer Chopra at 2nd place in the race. Really strong start there. Managed to get that job done right at the beginning of the race. Got that overtake done pretty sharpish. Was able to hold on to it. Was able to break away. A good chat earlier on. All is happy. All is calm. All is ready for this next race that is heading out onto the circuit. Leo Aina as well, starting alongside on that 2nd row of the grid, as the camera ops once again have been distracted by the wakeboarding that is happening out there here at the Forsan International Sports Resort. It's quite literally got everything. I myself been getting in my hands deep on getting involved in some of the activities here at the circuit, because it's not every day we come to a nice sports resort here around in the world. There is Ross Upton, Chief Pre-Grid Officer, waving that green flag to send the field out onto the track. And let's take you through that full starting lineup then, as the rest of the field makes its way out on track. This is the OKN Junior category. This is race 2 of the day. Their next race after this will be that all-important final at the end of the day. Axel Nocom on pole position, joined by Mitans Jane. It was a win and a 3rd for these 2 on that front row. Veer Chopra and Leo Aina go from row number 2. It's a 2nd and a 4th for them. Row 3 sees Harrison Stevens, who held on to P5 earlier on. Aran Qureshi, unfortunately, a DNF after a crash with Aaron Mason, who will start on the 4th row of the grid. Ari Kallenberg gaining 1 place earlier on to finish P7. Starts it on the 4th row of the grid in P8. Kalani Pratish, unfortunately, DNF right at the start. Some troubles with the fuel cap. Unfortunately, saw her retire. Iliana Ostojic finishing that race in P8 and been starting this one in P10. Nathan Capin, who had drama in time qualifying, was originally 2nd fastest, given a post-qualifying penalty, was dropped to the back of the grid, finished P6, but then also got a 5-second time penalty for a nose cone. So it's been against Nathan Capin on this one a little bit this weekend. And hopefully this race can go a little bit better from the back of the grid. Capin was the biggest mover in that race earlier on. I think he actually finished P4 on track. But yeah, like I say, that unfortunate post-race penalty dropping him down to P6. But still one of the quickest drivers out there in the juniors, battling alongside Axel Nocom, of course, in qualifying. Only 0.02 of a second separated them in TQ. So certainly some pace there for the 2 drivers who are starting Shotgun at the front of the field and shotgun at the back of the field. Well, here we go then. Into the final corner. Drivers will enter into the tram lines. It's a full capacity grid on this one. As we are going racing, lights are green as they head down in towards turn number 1. It is a good start then once more for Axel Nocom. Holds on to the lead as they head over the crest for the first time. They then dip down in towards turns 3 and 4. This is a very nice part of the circuit here. Very undulating for the drivers as they go through. And again, it's a carbon copy of what we saw earlier on. Veer Chopra straight away up into second place. This time, can Veer try and get that overtake on Nocom in the early stage of this race? Well, Axel's certainly going to have something to say about that. And there we go as they push through. But right now, we'll keep a close eye on it. Rest of the field here in position as already I'm seeing, I think Nathan Cappen's made at least 4 places up in the back of this field, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. Everyone else, though, relatively calm start then as the juniors finish their first lap of the race. So across the line, it is Nocom from Chopra, Jane down to 3rd place, Stevens from Ida, Cappen is up to P6 already. Prateesh still in this race on a 2-place gain, 7th place. Now, the only benefit that she has got, of course, is some fresher tyres on board. Now, of course, she went out for time qualifying as all this get a bit interesting. Mitaz Jane back on the charge. That's a P2. That is nicely done there at the top of the course there. The highest part of the circuit, dipping down into the lowest part there and then into the bowl section. And that is now into P2. Now, Veer Chopra is not going to give that one up too easily, I can imagine. We'll want to take that one back. Not able to do so just yet, but stays line astern. Just holds on for it for the time being. So, Axel Nocom now in a real strong position here. 8/10 clear from the rest of the field and is now starting to break away nicely to the inside, down at turn 1. A little move there in the background. I think that is Prateesh trying to get the moves done. And yeah, like I was saying, yeah, fresher tyres. Only did the qualifying, only did the warm-up lap in that first race earlier on. It's a whole heat better off tyres. Cappen down the inside. It's a great charge this time around from Nathan Cappen, 56.041. He's the fastest driver out there and is now they're fighting in and amongst the top drivers. This is really, really good. And you can see how he's got past now Veer Chopra and he's up into 3rd place. It's an 8-place gain right now for Nathan Cappen. Much quicker in this race than earlier on. It took him quite a while to get up into 4th place. This time, but we're on lap number 3 of this race. Going on to lap 4, he's already inside that top 3. Across the line, Nocom then in the lead. 1.2 seconds clear from Jane. Cappen there. Now the 8th-place gain is pushing through and closing in on Mitaz Jane. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Chopra holding on firmly to P4 right now. Aina holding on to P5. Stevens in a good position here. P6 from Qureshi. Mason from Prateesh. Holding on to at 9th place. Oh, Cappen on the chart. Nothing can stop this man here. Nathan Cappen pushing through beautifully. Now up into 2nd place. Real shot here at going for the race win. And can Cappen bring Mitaz Jane, bring Veer Chopra along on this one? These two have got a really good opportunity now to latch on to that rear bumper of Nathan Cappen and close in to Nocom at the front of the grid. The gap 1.9, crossing the line now, holds at 1.9. We were expecting that with that overtake. Now the pace will start to come down. It will be difficult, though, for Nathan Cappen. Axel Nocom at the front, though, has gone purple. He did go fast on that one. I think that was a good time. If you were going to go for a quickest lap, that was the perfect time to do it. He's thinking now of trying to open up this gap more. He knows, he might know now, he might be aware that Cappen is there in 2nd place. He might not know. And if he does know, then yeah, he's going to try and push away. And we'll keep a close eye on that gap because already it's down to 1.7. It's lost 0.2 of a second already on this lap alone between Nocom and Cappen. And he is bringing in Mitaz Jane as well. Jane's not dropped off the back right now. It's a really strong drive from this field behind. Across the line, 1.7 was the gap. Remain comes down a little bit more, still 1.7 but hundredths of a second closed in there on that lap between the two of them. It's going to be one of those where I reckon it'll be, if Kappen had like 1 or 2 more laps, he might be confident enough to fully go for this. But Nocom's pace here, really, really quick. And there, Mitans Jain proving his pace also very quick. Purple on that last lap, 55.375. Very quick time. And again, pushing those karts very hard on this stage. Of course, these tyres will need to last the full final later on today as well. Of course, these laps right now, only 9-lap races. They will extend later on for the drivers. For the juniors, their final 15 laps. The minis go 13, the seniors go 17 laps. That's a significant increase of race time that they have out on track, that they've got to kind of babysit these Vega tyres. Gap down to 1.5 now, and Nocom's still holding on firm to that lead. Jain, though, continuing to set those fastest laps of the race, 55.304 now. Again, only fractionally faster, but the pace is consistent there for Jain, the driver who was promoted to the second front row of the grid in qualifying because of a penalty for the driver who sits right in front of him. These two now seemingly locked in to the Forsan circuit. And those sectors looking mighty, mighty quick. Gap down to 1.1. Time running out, though. In lap 7, we're going on to lap 8 now. Time very quickly running out. Nocom right now still in control by just over a second. Another 10th taken out. It's an incredible drive here. Chopra still there in P4. Hasn't got any pressure from Leo Aina, who's still there holding on to P5. Stevens there in 6th. Qureshi 7th. Mason 8th. Kallenberg 9th. Pratit is there in 10th. Ostojic holding on to 11th place right now. But everyone else still in control of this race. But a calm race this time around for the juniors. A little bit feisty near the end of the last race. Of course, Aaron Mason and Aran Qureshi having that coming together out there on the final stages of the race. At this moment, everyone else in a calm, controlled formation right now. Keep an eye on this fight. Gap to 9/10 across the line. It's back to a second. I think Nocom's been given the message to push here. Went purple in that third sector, went a full 10th faster than Nathan Kappen in sector 3 alone going into this final lap. You can see there the points. Nocom needs this win. Maximum points into that final. Be a pole position start. I think it's first pole position in the Champions of the Future Academy program. This, of course, being the UAE variant of the Academy program, the first of 2 rounds for this championship. And Axel Nocom right now is in control of it. Into sector 3, only a calm section to go now with the lefts and rights. Very demanding on a driver with the temperatures now soaring 30 degrees Celsius. But Axel Nocom now out of the final corner. It's 2 out of 2 for Axel Nocom across the line. The junior driver gets 100 points and will be your pole sitter for the final later on today. Mitans Jain, with that 3rd place on track, does take 2nd in the points. Nathan Kappen has done enough here to now start on the 2nd row of the grid for the final. Nathan Kappen hasn't had to battle with the likes of Axel Nocom just yet. Nocom has been clear at the front going into that final, their longest race. Axel Nocom will have to deal with Nathan Kappen for the first time in a wheel-to-wheel fight in that final later on today. It is Axel Nocom then with the race win. Nathan Kappen from Mitans Jain, Veer Chopra from Leo Aina, Harrison Stevens from Aran Qureshi, Aaron Mason, Ari Kallenberg, Kalani Pratis, and the likes of Liana, finishing back on the 11. Strong game there. 19 seconds between the field. Pace increasing for all the drivers here going into that final later on. There Axel Nocom, carbon copy. But yes, says well done to Nathan Cappen there. Good drive to get to P2. It's game on for that final later on today. And I'm sure those two will go wheel to wheel in their 15-lap final. That will be certainly one to watch. Make sure you stay tuned for that one as they come in onto the weighbridge. Of course, all these drivers with that minimum weight they have to adhere to. Any gram underneath that, instant disqualification, but I don't think we've got any problem from that one. No, all good there for Axel Nocom. All above board for the moment, and that's a great start to the weekend for him. Pole position for that final, P1 for Axel Nocom, and that's a well-deserved result there for the driver from the Philippines. Well, let's have a look at the highlights from that race, and well, again, a good start here. A little bit more aggressive there on the cutting across the circuit for Axel Nocom, denying Mitans Jain the chance to get through. That helped again. Veer Chopra get up into second place in that early stage. Jain did manage to get that P2 back. You could see already how Nathan Cappen had gained 3 or 4 places before they'd even entered in towards sector number 2. An incredible start there for Nathan Cappen. Much more controlled start as well. He did actually quite struggle in that first race to gain those places up. Ended up finishing in P6 for Nathan Cappen in race 1. A P2 here, much better result. There was that overtake for Mitans Jain. Jain, of course, continuing the trend of a third place finish. Had a P3 earlier on, and after this overtake from the likes of Nathan Cappen, Mitans Jain was able to come away with another third place. Nocom, though, over the line. So, job done for the morning phase, and of course, final later on today, starting it from once again pole position, but we'll have to deal with Nathan Cappen, who'll be starting P4 now, his best starting position so far after that dismal qualifying. We're going to take a short break though, plenty more racing to go. Mini 60 will be coming up next, but we'll be back in a few moments after some words from our partners.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues. From the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovation, such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future Academy Program, UAE in 2025 and into 2026. Mini 60 qualifying Heat 2. That is coming up next. 7 laps for them. And a relatively calm race in the first one for the Mini 60 category. A lot of movers around and everything like that. Only one DNF. That went, unfortunately, to Amar Tabaza. Unfortunately, having a bit of drama out on the circuit. One young driver who certainly had a very good race earlier on is there on your screen. Atika Mir, race win earlier on after a pole position and is looking to see if she can get another one in this race. Had to fight for it, though. Benjamin Krajkovic and Mason Hibbert certainly made it a challenge. Both of those fighting up at that top section, both of them actually taking a win at one point, but plenty of action coming up through all of it, and everyone is primed and ready for this one, including this man here, Benjamin Krajkovic, on that front row of the grid, the unmistakable JNKD designed helmet there. For the pilot representing the United Arab Emirates this weekend. And all the way throughout this weekend, certainly looking very, very strong. P2 in that first race earlier on, just ahead of Hibbert and behind Atika Mir. And looking at those highlights, a very interesting body language. Again, very disappointed with that P2, but still a strong result. There is Liam O'Halloran, P4 in the first race. Only a drop of 1 spot for them, but again, great pace for the driver. And we'll see what they can do in this next one. As everyone waiting to see the start of this race. Plenty of viewing spots here at the Forsan International Sports Resort. Big balconies to watch the racing over the start-finish straight as well. And lots of viewing spots all the way around. But everyone here vying for the shade at the moment because, yeah, it is mighty warm out there. Still air temperature around 30 degrees Celsius. It is a warm old day. And as you can see, the sun, not a cloud in the sky. Lovely day for racing here. Mini 60 then, engines on, heading out onto the track. Let's quickly fire you through the full starting lineup for this one. 15 drivers back out on track. And it will all start once more with Atika Mir starting it on pole position. Benjamin Krajkovic joining alongside Liam O'Halloran and LBJ Stubbs going from row 2. Stubbs, unfortunately, dropping to P6 in that first race. Hopefully, a better one incoming in this one. Mason Hibbert and Francesco Lesignoli go for a row number 3. They'll have Amar Tabaza, who hopefully this time around can see a checkered flag. Starts alongside Rowdy Harris on that 4th row. The grid, Chloe McGill and Samar Chopra go from row number 5. They will have Lawashu Matabula and Alexander Fryenstein on row number 7. Sheikh Saif Al Khalifa go from row number 7 with the likes of Paul Schutzman starting alongside. Ivan Voronin goes from row number 8 and starts at the back of the field, P15. Now, did have a good run in that one, did gain 2 places, did Voronin. Finished that race in P13. And Sheikh Saif Al Khalifa, one of the youngest drivers out there at the moment. A lot of backing, a lot of support for the young man. Only 8 years of age, and still having a very strong performance in this one. We'll keep an eye on the field throughout this race indeed. Many of these drivers, of course, under 10. And, of course, in the category, we do have the 2 effectively classes. We have the Mini 60 category and we have the Mini 60 under 10. Liam O'Halloran, one of those drivers, same as Mason Hibbert and Amata Baza. They are all under 10s in this class. Radhi Harris also, Samar Chopra, Alexander Fryenstein, Sheikh Saif Al Khalifa, also one of them, and of course Ivan Voronin, also part of the Mini 60 under 10 class, and they're in their own fight really alongside the Mini 60 category. All of them on the same equipment though, as they have the best possible chance of racing. Here we go into the tram lines. Are we racing? We are indeed. Lights are out. It is Atika Mir with the inside line once more in towards turn number 1, but certainly a bit of a feistier start here at the front. A little bit of drama there in the background. One driver up and over and out, and that's a sizable one there out of turn number 2. And well, they bounce back in Mini 60, and well, immediately saying, no, I want to get going. Now, is that Chloe McGill? I think it is. Yeah, Chloe McGill who's gone over there. Radhi Harris also, I think, was caught out in that. But Chloe McGill, well, she from Scotland, bouncing back immediately in the kart, complaining that it's not going and not complaining that she's just fallen out of the thing. But fair play to her. And glad to see she's okay. Here it is again, just as she's come through. Yeah, it's just clipped that rear bumper. Yeah, and it's ridden over the top. And just to see as the undulations and another clip there. It's an almighty one, but yeah, clearly she's more annoyed that the kart won't start than her being injured. And well, thankfully she is okay. But unfortunately, I believe out of this race. Well, with that unfolding, Chloe McGill, the one and only retirement so far. It is Krajkovic who leads the way. As we were watching, Mason Hibbert's gone up to 3rd place. Liam O'Halloran's 3rd. Atika Mir has dropped to 4th place at the start of this race. So Atika Mir there, you can just see she's going to want to try and fight back, and she is doing so now to the inside. Trying to get the move done there on Liam O'Halloran. Krajkovic and Hibbert, though, they've switched places as well. It's a new change for the lead in Mini 60. And Hibbert now back in control here. Now this is a tricky spot now for the field behind, because you've got Hibbert and Krajkovic. They are line astern now. These two have the opportunity to break away. They've got the slipstream, they've got the tow from each other. 2 karts are better than 1, and we'll see what that gap is, especially with them fighting in the background. So Krajkovic now, though, is back in the lead. He's got that done. Hibbert there will push through. So again, if they keep fighting like that, they won't open up the gap. If they stay line astern, they'll be okay, and they'll be able to push forward. But at this moment, we'll keep an eye on that one. Lisnolly looking very quick out there. Currently in P5, is at the back of that group just behind as well, in the middle of it. Has got O'Halloran there. Stubbs also involved in that fight. Atika Mir is back to the rear of that train here. This will be a good test of what she can do pace-wise in this one. But Albert J. Stubbs doing a good job, actually closing in on the 3 in front, actually dropping the group behind, and I think Frisnolli knows that, and it was going to go for a move there. Not close enough on O'Halloran just now. Atika Mir trying to get involved back in that fight. She's going to look down the inside into turn 16. That's a nice move through past driver representing the UAE, but of Italian descent as well. So across the line still now. Now we're seeing those movements, and Lisnolly back into P6. Keep an eye, though, on Fryenstein. Currently on a 5-place gain. Is in P7. Is in the 2nd group of karts right now. They're a little further behind. You can see them just in the background of this fight. But they are starting to close in. This is what we want to see, though. Down the inside again, Krajkovic and Hibbert battling wheel to wheel. And now here comes Albie J. Stubbs. Stubbs trying to go for the move here. Stays in 3rd place. Cannot find his way through just yet. Continues on this fight, but stays in P3. Now you're starting to see the new dynamic with 3 karts now. 2 company, 3's a crowd for the drivers. And now you're starting to see, right, okay, if we've got a pact between the 2 of us, what about this 3rd person? Are they going to join with us, or are they going to go for their own fight right now? Well, I think the one driver going for the own fight is Krajkovic. Goes defensive down into turn number 1. Hibbert tries to follow through as well. Cannot do so. Stubbs again continues to fight in this pack. And look, once again, it is Atika Mir starting to close in on this fight. And this is good stuff here for the Mini 60. Look at this blink. And it's a group of 6 once again. And once more, Hibbert looks to the inside, but gets that move done. And now you're seeing Krajkovic having to defend from everyone else. But this is still a very close fight to the inside. He's going to try and get the move done now on Atika Mir. Krajkovic down to 4th. Stubbs is there in 2nd. This is a good drive from Stubbs. LBJ Stubbs in a really strong position here now because he leads that 2nd train of carts. Hibbert's all on his own here. He will be caught with that slipstream opportunity. The gap's only a 10th down this start-finish straight. Be on his tail as they go through in towards turn number 1, but Krajkovic is going to say something about that. Dives it down the inside at T1 and gets that move back into 2nd place. Atika Mir, though, is still there in P4. She's trying to hold off the train behind, and they've both gone through. There, Atika Mir's lost out to Lisnoli and O'Halloran there. Mir down to 6th place now. Race nearly coming to a conclusion here. Hibbert at the front of this field is looking at a pole position start for this final later on today. Looking at 91 points to his name. Atika Mir has dropped to 2nd in the points. 88 points to her name. Krajkovic has dropped to 3rd. But here now, Hibbert's not out of the woods just yet. He's got Krajkovic, he's got Stubbs as well. They have closed back in. And all the meanwhile, Mini 60 is always a close fight. Hibbert goes defensive. Krajkovic tries to get his nose down the inside, is not close enough into 1 and 2. LBJ Stubbs here, I will say, is probably in the best possible spot right now. 3rd place. It really, the only thing he's got to do is keep up with these two because he's expecting Krajkovic to go for the move. And there it is, down the inside. Can Stubbs try and get a 2 for 1 here? He's got his nose down the inside of one of them, and that's Krajkovic. And LBJ Stubbs is up into 2nd place. Now it's on LBJ Stubbs to make the move on Hibbert. Hibbert's just going to try and get the cut to the end of this one. Lisnoli is still there. O'Halloran, Mir, Tabaza pushing through 7th place, has joined the back of this train and is on a great run right now. But eyes on Hibbert. Will he start on pole position or will he have to relinquish that spot to Krajkovic, who's now 2nd in the points? I don't think he will need to. Across the line, Mason Hibbert wins the 2nd race in Mini 60 and will secure pole position for the final. Only just. Krajkovic with that 3rd place will put himself on the front row of the field for the final. Atika Mir, unfortunately dropping to P6, will start that final on the 2nd row of the grid in P3, but that is still a good, strong start to the day. Mason Hibbert is not only your biggest mover out there with a 4th place gain, but he is your pole sitter and race 2 heat winner in Mini 60. Superb drive there for the young Briton, LBJ Stubbs as well. Very controlled P2 there. Incredible to see. Chloe McGill. They build them strong in Scotland, and she, despite that drama, is okay. And we'll hopefully see her fight in that final later on today. There's your full results. Hibbert from Stubbs, Krajkovic from O'Halloran. There it is, Lisnoli from Mir, Tabaza from Joffre, Bryanstein from Atabula. There is Gibson from Voronin, Alcalibra from Harris. Raddy Harris, unfortunately, was a retirement on that last lap. She didn't see the checker flag. Chloe McGill also, of course, that retirement, very dramatic start. And I think Raddy Harris was the other driver who was involved in that incident. You can see the big tyre marks there on the side of that side pod, but fabulous to see that she was okay after that incident. And of course, had enough energy to complain that the car didn't start up again, but great stuff. This was that start of the race. Now, just keep an eye on Chloe McGill. Started this race on the 5th row of the grid, just as they were cresting the hill. Yep, that moment there just clips the rear wheel. So lucky not to go over there, but when landing, just the G-forces there on the drivers, it goes all the way up there, near 90 degrees, and actually landed through her to the other side of the car. It's a very violent actual accident there, but fabulous to see she was okay. And well, I love that moment. I love that moment from Chloe McGill. Back in the kart and feisty enough to say, hey, this kart's not working, what's going on? Well, Chloe had quite a bit of accident. That's probably why it's not starting, but there we go. Great to see that she was okay from that one. While we were watching the replays from that and finding out that she was okay, plenty of action at the front. Atika Mir dropped down to 4th place, and there was the fight at the front here. Karajkovic fighting away with the likes of Mason Hibbert. It would be Hibbert who would come away with the win. LBJ Stubbs was the driver who's certainly impressed in that one as well. Pushed his way forward. This was Atika Mir trying to get that fight back through the field, seemingly doing the job here and there. Unfortunately, as soon as she would make a position, get back in that order, the rest of the field would close in. Unfortunately, just seeing a drop back in the order. This was a great chance here from LBJ Stubbs in the early stages. The fight was on right at the beginning of this one. You can see right around the outside how Stubbs was nearly able to get a 2-for-1 to get the race lead, but as soon as he got through, see how Atika Mir was back into 3rd place and fighting away. This was that moment again in towards turn number 2. It's a very popular one for the drivers there, especially for Karajkovic, just to squeeze his way through there. There was the waiting and watching Chloe McGill, who unfortunately wasn't able to get going again in that race. It was a close fight right to the very end, all the way to the end there. Drivers seemingly not happy, and hands going up. Karajkovic not happy with Stubbs there over the line, but Hibbert coming away with his first win of the weekend here, and with that win, puts himself on pole position. One more qualifying heat to go. It's the seniors coming up after this short ad break.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues. From the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovation, such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
In the United Arab Emirates. We're here at the Forsan International Sports Resort circuit as the last qualifying heat of the day is not long from heading out onto the track. It is the OKN Senior category that is next to head out onto the circuit. And again, relatively calm race earlier on for the Senior category. Saw the man on your screen there, Marcus Shilkunas, come away with the race win, clear by 1.4 seconds. From Guido Badoli, who would hold on to a second place. Alessandro Biggi would take third. Very controlled race for the top three of them. Eyes were focused, though, on one young lady in that race, Ella Hakkinen from Monaco. Really strong drive through the field. She started P7, managed to finish that race in P4. The biggest mover out there, certainly one to keep an eye on in this one there, Guido Badoli. Priming himself ready for this one. Driver from Namibia. Really strong performance here with that P2. Another P2 on this one will put him in a strong position for that final. Other drivers here having relatively calm days. Some drivers having good moments out there. Some moving backwards a little bit. Vanessa Shilkaneta, unfortunately, she did have a calm race at the start. Did eventually drop back to P5. Gianna Pascal was a controlled race, held on to P6. Mila Vishamierska taking a P7. Omar Jorge was the only driver in that previous session to unfortunately come away with a penalty. It was a front fairing penalty, which unfortunately packs a 5-second post-race time penalty that is undisputable. You cannot defend it. If you've got a drop nose, that is it. 5 seconds goes out. There is Vanessa Shilkaneta primed and ready, focused and hyped up, ready for this race. And hopefully all goes well. It is hot out there and the temperature is still increasing as the engines fire up. Drivers make their way out on circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Like we say, only the 9 drivers, but they provided some excellent racing earlier on, which starts with Marcus Shilkunas and Guido Badoli on the front row of the grid. Vanessa Shilkaneta and Alessandro Biggi go from row number 2 with Emilia Vishamierska and Gianna Pascal on row 3. Row 4, we'll see Ella Hakkinen and Omar Jorge. Jordan Moodley rounds out the 9-cart field on the 5th row of the grid. But again, Ella Hakkinen will be the one to watch here. Has she pushed those tyres too hard? The setup was good, the pace was good in the first race for Hakkinen. And can she deliver a similar result in this one? Same for the rest of the field. This is going to be a real test now for Guido Badoli and Alessandro Biggi. Marcus Shilkunas, of course, took that race win. He took that race win by 1.4 seconds. It was a commanding win for Shilkunas. Is there any response from the drivers from that previous race into this one? Can they close in on him? Can they take that win away from him? That is the question. We will have to find that one out. There's a bit of work going on between the drivers. A lot of them trying to stay cool here this weekend in the hot temperatures. Hydration, of course, has been a key thing for the drivers. See a lot of fluids going down for the drivers here. A lot of water being consumed in the paddock while I had a quick walk around after the first 3 races, and having a good chat with everyone and just saying, you know, how is the general vibe, and everyone's response. It's hot, and it's not wrong. It is pretty warm out there, and not only the drivers and mechanics having to deal with that one, the marshals as well out on circuit, keeping an eye on all the drivers, and once again, they've done a great job here to keep the track in a clean operating condition. The circuit looking fabulous here at the Forsan International Sports Resort. And a lot of work has gone in over the last few days on the track. And everyone putting in their efforts for the Academy program here this weekend. Right now, the last race of the day before the finals. It's OKN Senior. That is about to get underway. Into the tram lines. Lights out. Fights on. Down into towards turn number 1. And it's another lightning start for Shilkunas at the front of the field. But this time, it's a better start for Vanessa Shilkunas. She's there in second place, and she's held on to that one nicely. And that's denied Guido Badoli and Alessandro Biggi to get those moves done. You can see how Guido Badoli has gone down to 4th place now. It is Alessandro Biggi who's fighting with Vanessa Shilkunas for 2nd place as they enter up the hill, and immediately communicates with Vanessa saying, hey, go, don't worry about me, fight to the front, try and close that gap. If you don't, I'll overtake you. That's, I think, the message you're seeing there from Alessandro Biggi in the early stage of this race. Only lap 1. Seeing here 2 drastically different racing lines here between the two. A much tighter line there for Vanessa Shilkunas, who holds on to 2nd place. Over the line they go. The gap for the front, 9/10 of a second. It's exactly what it was at the end of the first lap in the first race earlier on. Marcus Shilkunas seemingly a little bit unstoppable in this stage of the race. Other drivers, Guido Badoli on the charge back on this one, as I thought Biggi was going to go for it then. Down the inside in towards turn number 11. No, not close enough, and now slots it back into this spot here. And with that, oh dear, there's a bit of a train starting to form here now. Vanessa Shilkunas is going to have to fend off everyone here right now. Holding on to P2 is going to be mighty difficult as Guido Badoli sends it down the inside of Alessandro Biggi. Not close enough for the attack just yet. And now Wisomierska starting to get involved. Hakkinen there, Pascal, Jorge Martin's there as well. Jorge trying to get involved. Here we go, down the inside, turn number 1. Shilkunas is going to try and fend it off. She does. Biggi trying to get his nose down the inside. It's a 2 for 1 for Guido Badoli at turn 2. Outrageous there, but I was expecting something like that to happen. The pace there was just not happening at the front. And unfortunately for Vanessa Shilkunas, the cork bottle, the bottle of champagne, it popped and the field went through. Gianna Pascal now just behind. There is Ella Hakkinen. Did she push those tyres too hard in that first race? As, oh dear, a little wide there. Very drastic different racing line for Alessandro Biggi, who's now trying to hold on to Guido Badoli. Back there in P2. Well, blink, and it's back to the finishing order nearly of what we had earlier on in the first race. Marcus Shilkunas has checked out. He is 3.7 seconds clear from this fight for 2nd place. Lap 4 that we're on now. And Badoli having to deal with Biggi. Wisomierska there now is the next one to try and fight for a top 3 result here. Right now, she might have a good opportunity here. That's a big hit of the curbs there through the chicane. It's very feisty. I remember the first time we were here as down the inside. That's the change. Alessandro Biggi up into 2nd place. That's a good move there. Controlled at the hairpin. But as I was saying, as that overtake happens, I remember the first time we were here for the first ever Champions of the Future Academy program. The racing actually fell into the night. And the floodlights are on. It was a beautiful setting. Temperature had cooled down. It was really nice for the drivers. And you saw the sparks coming out from underneath the karts here. Such a physical circuit is the Forsan Sports Resort. Always attacking the corners here from up the hill over the crest. You have the right-hander, now the left-hander. Back to the right, you've got a small breath here on an infield straight. Then the chicane, right, left, heavy braking, into the right-hand hairpin. Down the hill, left-hand hairpin. It's constant. You're constantly fighting the kart. You get a bit of a breath here now. As you climb the hill, you go into the bowl section. It's flat out through here. No real drama. Bit of a jab of the brakes on this one. Very positive camber through the corner here as you enter into the final sector. Down the inside. And that's Emilia Wiśniewska finally getting that move done on Guida Badoli. And just talking it through the lap. Then this section here. No rest time now. Constant, left, left, all the way until that final right-hander on to the start-finish straight. And that is a lap of the Forsan circuit. It is quite the roller coaster of a circuit. And Emilia Wiśniewska is doing a great job at taming that roller coaster. Is there in third place. Ella Häkkinen now back on the pace. She has gained the positions now. She's back up into P5. Big replay here of that move. Emilia Wiśniewska just nicely done. Down the inside there. Yeah, and carrying the speed. It is quite open in that sector there. And so easy to get that up and under position. You take that wider entry, try to make the corner as wide as you possibly can. It does expose that inside line. And with there being so much runoff area there, where the track kind of opens up as a cut through there from one side of the circuit, really opens up the tarmac and allows a move to the inside. There, Ella Häkkinen and Jana Pascal, they're fighting for position right now. They are 5th and 6th place, respectively. And Jana Pascal just seemingly looking to the inside there at turn 1, not able to get a move done just yet. They are both closing in here on Guida Badoli. Badoli, who finished 2nd place in the first race earlier on, seemingly not having the outright race pace here in race 2. Here Ella Häkkinen starting to really reel in the driver from Namibia. And right now, still controlling it, and still Vanessa Schilkinator. Now for her, tumbling down to 7th place. This is not the result she wanted. Häkkinen down the inside, late on the brakes. You saw how much the back of the kart stepped out there. Beautifully done. Gianna Pascal going for the move. Vanessa Schilkinator trying to get a nose down the inside and has done it. And Guida Badoli there has certainly been shown the back of the grid quite promptly there from Häkkinen, Pascal and Schilkinator. Guida Badoli down to 7th place. And that is not what he have wanted at all. The driver finished P2. This has been a tough second race here. But again, the final later on, still one to watch. Guida Badoli will be starting it from the 2nd row of the grid if he holds on to this spot right now. And he's dropped down the order. Häkkinen at the moment would be looking at a P4 for that final later on. A massive improvement from the 7th place that she had earlier on. Emilia Wiśniewska as well is looking at a gain in the final grid. She's put herself up to 5th in the points. Vanessa Schilkinator, I think, is one of the biggest losses in this field, unfortunately. It's 2 tough races. Unfortunately, it's going to look at starting her on the 6th spot of the grid. A loss of 2 places from where she originally put it, P4 in qualifying. Obviously at the front of the field here, we've not said much about him. Marcus Schilkunas at the front here on lap 9 is clear by 2.3 seconds. That gap has come down between himself and Alessandro Biggie, but of course Biggie, well, not under any pressure here right now for the rest of the field. But Dolly, though, down the inside is saying to Schilkinator, may have got that move down the inside at turn 1. I'll certainly take it back, though, as they go into sector 3. And is back up into P6 for Guida Badoli. Steve tries to fight back now to the 2 in front. Gianna Pascal and Ella Häkkinen seemingly have now parted ways here on track. Big gaps opening up between those 2 drivers. As Häkkinen looking at another 4th place here. She got a P4 earlier on. It's another solid drive for her. But Emilia Wiśniewska is only a couple of tenths further up the road here. it could be possible to try and take that spot away, but we'll wait and see. Lap 10 we're on. Shilkunas, Biggie and Wyszemierska. That is that fight there, the Biggie and Wyszemierska battle. This is for P2 on your screen. Through the chicane, the left, right, left, the highly positive corners there. The camber is on the driver's side here. Really can throw the kart into the corner, so you can really attack them here at Al Forsan. And it's quite a nice, smooth asphalt here at the circuit. It's not that coarse on the tyre. The tyre actually lasts quite a long time here for the Vegas. As Badoli now sets the fastest lap of the race, you can still hear those tyres squealing out on the circuit. But right now, still in control of this one. But Biggie holding off that fight from Wyszemierska. This P3 will certainly be well delivered. Obviously a P7 earlier on for Emilia Wyszemierska. To change it around like this and to jump up to P3. It's a really strong performance here out of that final corner again onto the last lap of this race. And still, Markus Shilkunas there at the front, uncontested from the rest of the field, but this time we'll have to deal with Alessandro Biggie starting alongside him for that final. Häkkinen, though, has still got that pace. Fastest lap out there, 55.126. There, though, Shilkunas, that body language there, showcasing that he is not relaxing there behind the wheel. He is pushing all the way at the end of this race. He wants to know exactly what this car has got. He wants to know exactly what it's going to feel like going into that final. And right now, it feels like a podium for the final. But right now, we'll have to wait and see what happens, because it is going to be a pole position for Markus Shilkunas across the line. That's job done for the Lithuanian. Puts it P1 for that final. Alessandro Biggie, P2 in the race, gets P2 for the final. Guido Badoli, with that result, he finished down in P6. He will drop to the second row of the grid, but now starts directly behind Markus Shilkunas for that final. We look forward to seeing what will happen there, but for the time being, the work is done for that young man. Dabbling his toes into the world of Formula 4 racing, could we see this man take it all the way to the big leagues of motorsport racing? It is certainly a possibility. His dominant form in karting is certainly starting to seep through. And this young man here will go to that final knowing he's on P1. There's your results. Shilkunas from Biggie, Wyszemierska from Häkkinen, Pascal from Badoli, Shilkunator, Jorge and Moodley, who rounds out the top 9 drivers in that race. Calm and controlled again for Markus Shilkunas. Direct and fierce for Ella Häkkinen, who becomes one of the biggest movers out there. 3 places gained. Emilia Wyszemierska, great improvement from the race earlier on. A 3rd place bumps her up the order now. She'll be starting that final P5 for the final. 73 points to her name, only 3 points behind Ella Häkkinen at the end of that one, who will jump up to start those races in P4. Here's your highlights from it. Much better start for Vanessa Shilkunator at the start of this one. She was there into 2nd place from the word go. Really strong start there from the 3rd spot of the grid. However, the pace in that midpoint started to just drop off a little bit. Shilkunas was able to break away. Shilkunator was then in trouble. The field started to close in behind. The train starting to form. The elastic band starting to stretch. And going on to lap number 3, it would start to ping. And this beautiful move here from Guido Badoli to get into 2nd place, a 2-for-1 special through turn number 2. Cool, calm, and collected. However, it wouldn't stay like that. Unfortunately, The driver from Namibia would drop down to 6th place as the race progressed on. Alessandro Biggie back down the inside later. Emilia Wiszymiska, and then Ella Hakkinen. Gianna Pascal also to the inside. Vanessa Schilkenator followed through as well, but Guida Badoli would claim that one back in a later move. This one here, beautifully done in towards sector number 3. Cool, calm and collected to the end, though, was Marcus Schilkunas across the line. Takes the pole position for the final. That is a strong drive so far this weekend. And that brings a conclusion to the qualifying heats phase. That is those 6 races done. 3 more to go, and they'll be out on track in about an hour's time. 3 o'clock they are due to start, and it will start with the OKN Junior for their 15-lap final, the Mini 60 at 3:30 for their 13-lap final, and then the last race of the day with the OKN Seniors. Can anyone catch Axel Nocom? Can anyone catch Marcus Schilkunas in the Seniors and Juniors? But the fight is still very much on in the Mini 60s. We will see you later on. Do not go anywhere. You won't want to miss the finals here for the Champions of the Future Academy Program, UAE. Here we are in the heart of Abu Dhabi, and now it is finals time. Welcome, one and all, to Al Forsan. This weekend, it plays host to the Champions of the Future Academy Program UAE for round 1 of 2 that is separated over 2025 and 2026. We're surrounded by some of the most majestic buildings in the region and the beautiful scenery of the golden desert glow that shines over the skyline of the fabulous city that is Abu Dhabi. Welcome one and all to Al Forsan, year of opening 2010, event record set by Marcus Shilkunas earlier on today in time qualifying, a 54.536. No one has been able to beat that time just as of yet, but tomorrow is a new day and a brand new qualifying that might just change then. The track itself though, 1,200 meters in total track length, 165 down the start-finish straight, 80 meters down the short and tiny back straight here towards the final sector. It's about 8 meters wide, 5 meters of elevation change. It is a roller coaster of a circuit for our drivers to go racing on. It spans across 17 turns. You see 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and 3 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those turns provides its own unique challenges, many of them overtaking opportunities. We see them towards turns 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 16 and 17 out there. It is quite the circuit to go racing on. Top speeds, drivers will be reaching that into that top section down at turn number 12. They go round the flat out bowl. It scoops them round. They top out around 110 kph, average around 72 around the entirety of the lap. It is a pretty amazing place to go racing, and of course with the redesign now, Al Forsan circuit, it is a mesmerizing place to go racing, and there is only 3 races to go today, but don't worry, because we will be back again tomorrow with a whole new day of racing, from qualifying all the way through the qualifying heats and then another round of finals. But right now, it is time for those last 3 races of the day, and it starts with OKN Junior, which is moments away from heading out onto the track for their 15-lap final. This is what it's all about for the juniors, and right now, so far, it has all been the talk of Axel Nocom. Can he come away with his first win in a final in the Champions of the Future Academy Program UAE? We are moments away from finding out as the field makes its way out onto what can only be described as a swelteringly warm start-finish grid for this one. Of course, all these drivers have raced through into this final. There was no eliminations, of course, or anything like that. It's just the one grid. And that is the same for the Academy Program. That is the format. It is one grid for each category, no matter if it's 36 or no matter if it's 10. It's one grid. That's it throughout. They all make it through all of the races, which means there's a good fighting chance. If you had a bad qualifying, don't worry about it, because you can really push yourself through. And then on top of that, of course, you've also got a second day with the same format, which puts you back where you might want to be. Here's your category though, OKN Junior, drivers aged 10 to 12 years old. This is their class. This is where they want to really get their teeth sunk into racing these bigger karts. The Kart Republic KR2, it's the same chassis as what the seniors are using. They are using the same engine as well, effectively. They are on the Miami Reedster 125cc. This one though, 27 horsepower. The idea of the OKN engine is that you can reuse it in the senior category. You change a thing here or there, and then boom, away you go. You bump up to the full power. But there, the minimum weight, 140 kilo. That is slightly less than the seniors. Any gram underneath that, though, trust me, you're in a spot of bother with the officials. Tyres, the Vega XH4s being used this weekend. Who needs a wet tyre? We're in the Middle East. It doesn't rain here that often. But the tyre allocation, only one dry set. They get one set per day. If they cook the tyre, if they overuse it in the qualifying heats, and they'll have nothing left for that final, they'll go from the front to the back of the grid if they did that. But if they've looked after them, you can get these tyres all the way through the race. There, the heat haze, you can see it there in the background. Race director Martin Bean, last few words to the pole sitter for this one. Axel Nocom, who has come away with a near perfect day today. He had pole in qualifying, 2 qualifying heat wins out of 2. Can he make it the full trifecta? Can he go for that final win? That's the question. He wants to see that number on the top spot of that podium. The number 12 machine certainly looking very, very quick this weekend. He's, of course, not alone around him, of course. He's got, of course, Mitans Jane, who'll be starting alongside. Mitans certainly having good runs too. 3rd places in those qualifying heats, and has certainly put him in a sharp spot on the front row of the grid now for this final. But like you say, that is only today. Tomorrow is another new day. Everyone there primed and ready to watch this grid, and here is that grid. Axel Nocom and Mitans Jane on the front row of the grid. Veer Chopra and Nathan Capin go from row number 2. Both of these drivers having relatively decent runs so far today. Leo Aina and Harrison Stevens go from the 3rd row of the grid. Ari Kallenberg and Aran Qureshi may have had a disaster in one of those races, but he starts this one on the 4th row of the grid alongside Aaron Mason and Ilyana Osteshish go from row number 5. They have got some work to do. And Kalani Pratis, who had a DNF in that first race, but certainly has fought back bravely in the second one. Does start at the back of the grid, but do not rule her out. She can push her way through the field. There, though, is your pole sitter, Axel Nocom of the Philippines. Certainly one to watch here. Great pace throughout the day. He's been able to just push away from the rest of the field, but now he's got new company on the front row of that grid in the form of Mitans Jane. Could have a real opportunity to push forward here. Veer Chopra again on that inside of row number 3. This has been the same position that he's been starting from throughout the qualifying heats on this one for Veer Chopra. So again, we will see if there is any difference in this start, or whether or not it will be go to the end, the same as what we've seen in previous races. There, Mitans Jane on the other one of the Kart Republic KR2. Chassis, of course, everyone on the same equipment. Is primed and ready from the front row of the grid. The difficulty, of course, and where he is sitting is, of course, he's on the outside row going into turn 1. It's difficult to get that nose to the inside. If you can find a gap, great, you go for it. But if you can't, and what we have seen over the course of these qualifying heats is that Veer Chopra has been able to keep that gap closed, has kept his front nose right onto the back of Axel Nocom, and has been able to keep everyone else who's on that outside row from slotting in effectively. It's a very smart tactic. It's a very safe tactic as well, because then you don't get that chopping and changing through turn 1. And Veer Chopra has been coming away with pretty decent results over the course of this one. But like you say, starts this one in P4. They are somewhat joint on points, though, between Mitans Jane and Veer Chopra. Actually, both of them having 82 points to their name. However, of course, with Mitans Jane out-qualifying Veer Chopra, he gets the shot of starting on the front row of that grid. That's a little further back in the field. That is Aaron Mason there sitting in his kart. Now, Aaron Mason was caught out in that incident with Aran Qureshi. Thankfully, both of them okay. Minimum damage to the karts. They went out in their second race. All was fine. Much better result for both drivers and pushed their way forward. So keep a close eye on them. Here is a look at the Driver Championship standings. Of course, this is a 2-round series for the UAE Academy program. And this is round 1 that you've got here. These are the points from those qualifying heats. And of course, Axel Nocom taking those 25 championship points. There obviously this will affect over the course of the season. It is a short season, of course, only the 2 rounds. The second round to be confirmed as well, but we know it's in the early phase of 2026. And of course, of this one, plenty of action still to had. There on your screen, Nathan Capin. This is going to be the fight we want to see. Nathan Capin, at the end of qualifying, had put it P2. He was 0.02 of a second just off the pace of Axel Nocom. They were identical in their pace. An unfortunate post-qualifying penalty put him to the back of the grid. He then fought through the 2 qualifying heats. He's now back there on the second row of the grid. It's his best opportunity of putting that kart on the front spot of the grid. Another driver who could certainly deliver a good result over the course of this race is Leo Eider. There he is on your screen. The XL colours on board. Again, one of many teams who are here this weekend to help out their pilots. Starting this one on that third row of the grid. Not alone, of course, on that third row. Does have Harrison Stevens alongside. But as you can see, the drivers priming themselves ready. Now, this is an interesting sight to see. This is Nathan Kappen having a chat with Mitans Jain, probably about the start of this race. And just think, right, if I do this, you do that. You agreeing with me? Yes. Well, let's see if anything like that happens. There is Harrison Stevens. A lot of work to be done for Harrison here on this one. He's had a good, consistent day. He has kept that kart right smack bang in the middle of this pack. But in this final now, can he deliver that sharp push forward that he needs to get that name up in that top section of the grid? Last few words of encouragement happening there. Last few thanks and congratulations to the drivers for getting into these positions for this final. A little bit of work had to be happening over the course of this one. There on your screen, primed and ready to go, Ari Kallenberg of the UAE as well. A very well-known name in the world of karting here in the Middle East and as well and elsewhere around the world. But certainly a very strong contender all the way throughout the course of this weekend and in many other racing over the course of this weekend. But again, not alone on that fourth row of the grid. Someone who's going to try and step it forward in that latter stage of the race, I'm sure, is Arhan Qureshi, who is starting it on the fourth row of the grid. Like I mentioned, did have that spill in that first qualifying heat with Aaron Mason. But like we say, thankfully, all good, all fine. They're now focusing on this final to see what they can do. It is a tough one in this track. There are plenty of places to overtake. We saw that from the graphic, and we've seen that from the racing. There are plenty of places to get it done. However, in the hot temperatures that you've got out there, of course, we've had like an hour's break now. The track certainly wouldn't have cooled down, trust me, because it's very hot out there. That track is still boiling hot right now. These guys will have plenty of grip to start off with, but it's the dust. It's the dust that plays havoc with the track on this one. You know, you walk on parts of the runoff area on the track here, and it's sand, and if that gets kicked up and goes onto the circuit, it's a bit slippy. Aaron Mason there on your screen. Again, keep a close eye on Aaron Mason. Showed great pace in that first race, was able to push through the field, was able to gain those places, and again, unfortunately, caught out in that incident at about the mid to back pack of that race. Just pushed him down the order a little bit. Ilyana Ostojic there on your screen, primed and ready for Australia. The vibrant pink helmet as part of the Academy program as well. At the field on this one, 10th place for her. Let's see what she can do. And finally, right there, 11th place. Had a DNF in the first race, came back a little stronger in the second race. Got some good points on that board, but it will be Kalyani Pratish who will be starting there in the 11th spot of the grid. Keep a close eye on her. And again, she will have one heat fresher tyres. She did retire at the earlier stage. She is giggling at that because she knows she's been told that many times that she's got fresher tyres. So you can push forward and you know what you need to do. But let's see how this will unfold. Because we are moments away from seeing the start of this race. It is due to start at 3 o'clock on the dot. That is about 60 or so seconds away from us here, where we'll see the formation laps get underway. Of course, the OKN engine, no clutch on this. You need assistance from your mechanic. And of course, it's all important, the start of this one. They are a tricky kart to start. It does take a little bit of practice. Lift up that compression valve, get it going. And don't go flat out on the throttle, just gently squeeze it down until it coughs into life, and away you go. And thankfully, all 11 drivers have done exactly that. And the field gets underway for OKN Junior. Like we've mentioned, drivers have gone up and down in this class over the course of the day. But it has still been a competitive one. There you can see the virtual championship. Nocom with the 25 points, Jane with 22, Chopra 19, Cap'n 17, despite that disaster in TQ, is back there where he wants to be in that sharper end of the order. A really strong performance after that really tough result after TQ. But everyone else here is just seeing what they can do. For the drivers here now, it's a case of get through these last remaining 15 laps of the day. Nice break, rest up, back tomorrow, another time qualifying and another full day of racing. It's been a popular concept for the drivers over the course of the 2025 season. Of course, its inception here at this very circuit back when we were racing in the night. Saw a fabulous array of drivers racing it, form of Luna Flusha, James Adignosianis, and many more names to boot. Of course, those two drivers gone on to Mercedes backing, and here in the Academy program. It is a great concept for drivers who need to get that name in the big show, to really get that name shown into a global audience. Of course, it's a real strong platform for every driver to get their name on that international scene. And for a lot of these drivers in the mini category, of course, most importantly, this is their first international race. You know, a lot of these drivers will have done national racing. A lot of them won't have raced in the UAE for the first time. And, you know, it's honestly, it's a great performance because it keeps that cost down for the drivers. All of the equipment, thankfully, provided by the providers. Here we go. We're racing. It's the final. It's OKN Junior, and it's a brilliant start for Axel Nocom once again. He's got the inside line. He's pushed forward, and it's a carbon copy once more. Veer Chopra has slotted into second place, but keep an eye. Nathan Capin is right there into second place. He looks to the inside up at the hairpin, but he can't get it done this time around. Slots into third place. Mitans Jain is still there as well in P4, and has already communicated, said, don't worry about me. You go, you attack. I believe you've got the pace on this one to get this job done. However, we mentioned this earlier on. They've only got the one set of tyres. Nathan Capin, yes, had that drama and had to start from the back of the grid. He fought through that grid in 2 races. Did he fight too hard? Has he got the tyres underneath him to get that kart up at the front? Well, we're about to find out, because already Nocom and Chopra have opened just a slight gap between themselves and Capin just behind in third place. But you can see how Capin is utilising the slipstream, utilising the toe down that start-finish straight, and he has stayed right there with them as they go through. That's a big direction change for Veer Chopra. Hits that curb, runs a little wider out of the corner, and now we're seeing defensive driving straight away. Axel Nocom here is applying every form of defensive posture he possibly can. It's only lap 2 of 15. Down the inside, Veer Chopra through. Nocom is absolutely tumbled down the order. He is squeezed wide, and Axel Nocom now, I don't know, so he's gone to 11th on the timing screen, but I think that's because he's gone too wide. There though, to the inside, Nathan Capin takes the lead, and is that Leo Ida as well? There it is, into second place. Leo Ida into P2. This is superb for the drivers here at the front. A huge shake-up here. Now, where did Nocom actually go? Now, is that him? There it is. Okay, so Nocom's gone to P5. So what that was, he's just run a little bit too wide there in one of those corners. He did go very wide, I will say, but slightly somewhat not assisted, but just hadn't got the space to get it turned in. Here Chopra had put that kart right on the apex and had taken that spot away at this very turn here now, turn 12. But not able to do anything just yet for the rest of the field. So it's Capin that leads now then from Leo Aina. Chopra holding on to third. Stevens is there in P4. We were talking about Harrison Stevens on this one. He needed that extra little jump through the field. He's been given that jump now, and he's there tucking in. P4 for him. A really strong position. Here is Axel Nocom And right, this is a moment that you get from a driver. He's been shuffled down the order. He's been discombobulated by that overtake, and now cart's gone past left, right, and centre. It's not the end of the world. A real driver, proper true driver, can really dial in after having a moment like that and can really get back to a strong point. And I think we are going to see that from these drivers here. Kappen is one of those. You know, he had that drama from qualifying. It put him to the back of the field. He kept his head strong and has pushed his way back through. And I think we're going to see a very similar story here from the other drivers, especially for the man who started this race on pole position. But eyes on this. Kappen leads half a second from Aina, Chopra from Stevens, Jane from Mason, Qureshi from Nocom, Kallenberg from Hatish Ostojic holding on to 11th place right now. Having to fight back through this field, but there's at the back of it right now. You can just see those two fighting there in the back of the train. Chopra now starting to reacquire Leo Aina, but not able to get a move done. There is a move in the background though. That is nicely done, and that is Mitans Jain on Harrison Stevens. He's got that move done. Mitans Jain, who was starting this one on the front row of the grid, is back on form, and this is what we talk about. Yes, you may have the shaky starts, but dig deep and you find that pace once again, and you get back to the front, and down the inside goes Rit Chopra, but Leo Aina slams the door closed, shakes the head and says, why? We are closing on Kappen. Let's stay line astern and let's keep fighting. But you can see the frustration kicking in, but you'll understand where Rit Chopra is coming from as he goes to the inside once again on the inside of Leo Aina, but it's not happened, and now Mitans Jain has closed in. The two attempts have not ended well, and Leo Aina now has to defend second place from an incredible train of drivers, and into the barrier is Harrison. Harrison Stevens into the wall. The driver of the number 20 machine is out on lap number 6. He tried to carry the speed around the outside. He was greeted by an armco barrier, and it's all over in the blink of an eye, and that's a big shame for him. He was fighting through the field nicely there, and unfortunately, it has just not ended well for him. The chances of the rest, though, are still very high. Kappen's lead now is extended to 3.6 seconds. This is exactly what we were talking about. Yes, you could have a bad start to the day, but in this one, you can really fight forward. If it's not on the same day, it can be the second day. But Nathan Kappen, despite the dramas earlier on that put him to the back of the grid, then later a nose cone penalty, he now finds himself at the front of this field and clear by 3.7 seconds. Here is that moment again, just out of the hairpin. He's on the outside line, he's gone wheel to wheel, it's just clipped there. Aaron Mason, and that is a big hit of dust there, a big hit into the barriers. Thankfully, I think he's all right, but that's that's quite a hit to the wall there. Thankfully, low speed out of it, and that is a bit of a disaster. Ari Kallenberg has come away there with a 5-second time penalty as well. That may be me missing the numbers there. A 5 and an 8 look rather similar on a kart if from a distance, and it might have been the 18 then that had that moment. So Ari Kallenberg coming away with a warning flag there for causing a collision. Eyes on the rest of the field though. Still, we're seeing these pockets of battles happening now. This is Nocom and Qureshi fighting forward. Obviously, Axel Nocom on a downwards trajectory in this race, but not over just yet. If he can reacquire himself, I'll be able to close that gap back up now. There is the warning flag going out, and that won't be too well received, I am sure, from Kallenberg. But the rest of the field, this is a good opportunity for them to push forward. Now, that, of course, comes with a 5-second, and that will, of course, mean that the drivers behind might not have to battle as hard as they think now. An extra place gained here after the race, and great work from the marshals. That barrier back in position, cart out of the way. Fantastic work by them to clear the circuit. We're on that midway point of this race now. You see lap number 9 of 15, getting into that tail end of it here. Kapil Chopra and Leo Aina. Still 1, 2, 3. Leo Aina is still on the rear bumper of Chopra. That move has actually happened now. So we saw that crash happen from that battle that we were seeing at the front of the field. Now, Aina might have a chance here to close in, but the gap's gone up to 4 tenths now. This is Mitans Jain on the back of Kallenberg. And of course, Kallenberg has just received that warning flag, but Mitans Jain, that's a move down the inside to get that spot through. And that is Mitans Jain up into P7 now. And a needed overtake, but again, communicates there with Kallenberg, say, come on, let's go. Let's push forward. Let's get this move done. Everyone just trying to keep it within those track limits there again. Crashing the placing line there. We're seeing Kallenberg able to keep that car nice and tight into the corner there of turn 13 into 14. Utilising that front end. Here at the front end of the field though, Nathan Kapil at the front and clear by 4 seconds from the rest of the field, from the back of the grid to the front. Yes, it may have not been a full grid, but still an incredible achievement for Nathan Kapil, who has pushed this car to the very end of this race. And the word go, we were worried about how those tyres may be feeling. Of course, going from the back of the grid to the front is a big challenge. And we're thinking, has he overstressed those Vega tyres? But the answer quite clearly shown on our screens here. Clear by 4 seconds. There he is crossing the line now. Second and third all the way, just coming out of the final corner. Veer Chopra and the likes of Leo Aina. Second and third for them. Close little fight for these two, but the gap still holding. Still about 4 tenths of a second between the two of them. There you're seeing Aaron Mason and Axel Nocom just behind, 4th and 5th for them. Nocom on the charge back through the field here. This is a good redemption drive for him after losing out on that lead. Can he find his way down the inside? He can. That's a late move, but it's tidy as well. Gets it done, kicks up a little dirt on the exit, and that is nicely done there for Axel Nocom. Back into 4th place and 1 step away from a podium spot, but the gap is very extensive. It's around 1.8 seconds to 2 seconds from Leo Aina, who is there in 3rd place. And with time very quickly running out, we're going on to lap 13 now. 2 laps to go. And this is still going to be an incredible drive to get back up into that sharp end. Nathan Kapil, though, is clear and dry. Is now fastest driver out there as well. He's looking at a nice bunch of championship points on this one. Of course, 50 points for a final, plus an extra point for the fastest lap. At the moment, Nathan Kapil is going to be adding a grand total of 51 championship points to his tally. And despite the domination from Nocom in the qualifying heats, Kapil would bump himself up to the championship lead after the first full day of racing. And tomorrow is another day, of course. That could all change once again. We'll have to wait and see. Out of the final corner, back over the start-finish line. Kapil still clear by 4 seconds. Chopra from Aina, Nocom and Mason. This is the battle that we can see closing in. Qureshi, Jain is a good fight right now. Arhan Qureshi and Mitans Jain very close on circuit. This is that going through, and Arhan Qureshi has had a bit of a tough day today. Of course, had that crash earlier on. Now focusing on the final. And here, Mitans Jain to the front of the grid. seemingly trying to get his nose back there. You can just see how much speed they can carry through that turn. And Jane's got enough of it to get that move down the inside and squeezes up into 6th place now. Across the line, Capin sees the last lap board, and the dramas that happened for this young man right at the start of the day was second to none. He went out in time qualifying, went second fastest by only 0.02 of a second from the pole sitter. It was identical in the times, but a post-qualifying penalty put him to the back of the grid over qualifying Heat 1 and Heat 2 here on Saturday. He composed himself and got him back to a second row start for this final, and he's done what he needed to do. With only 2 corners to go, Nathan Capin wins the first junior final of the Champions of the Future Academy Program UAE. Here in Al Forsan, it's Nathan Capin. What a drive from him, and a well-deserved one. After the dramas this morning, it's redemption in the final. He wins from P4 and can celebrate on the top step of the podium. Veer Chopra as well. A second place is an incredible achievement, and Leo Aina, first time we see that name racing in the Academy program, and it's a podium to boot here in Al Forsan. A great drive there for the juniors. Axel Nocom, I can imagine, will be slightly disappointed with that result, but not to fear. It's a brand new day tomorrow. You put it on pole today, you can put it on pole again tomorrow for the driver from the Philippines. But there, Nathan Capin, that is a job well done. And he can now celebrate on that podium later on today. After 15 laps, here's your final classification. It's Nathan Capin and Veer Chopra. Leo Aina holding on to 1, 2, 3, provisionally, of course. Axel Nocom from Aaron Mason. Mitans Jain from Arhan Qureshi. Ari Kallenberg from as well, pushing her way through, gaining 2 places to finish P9. Then Ivana Stojic holding on to 10th place. Harrison Stevens, the only retirement in that race, and there it is. Great work, says Veer Chopra to Nathan Capin, and you'll see you on the top step of that podium later on today. Job done today. Tomorrow is a brand new one, and despite the fact that they've just raced, the one thing they want to talk about is racing. And there we can see the unmistakable hand gestures of, I had a bit of oversteer. Here's the highlights from it. Well, the start initially absolutely great for Axel Nocom. Held on to the lead there. Veer Chopra able to get through into second place. Nathan Capin straight away was able to get that kart into third place. He was then able to get it down, look for second place. Veer Chopra said no to that one later on as well. Those big moments over the curbs. Veer Chopra certainly starting to feel the pressure from behind. So was Axel Nocom. Going into a flat-out corner, when you feel the hit from behind into a flat-out corner, you know that the pace is quick behind. That was the moment there that Nocom went backwards. Veer Chopra down the inside, had the lead for a brief moment. That huge lick of oversteer, which is probably what Nathan Capin was talking about at the end of that race, put him into the lead of that race, and that would be that. Capin drove away. Then we saw Leo Aina fight through into second place. Veer Chopra, though, would not give that place up, would find the moment to try and get that overtake redone. Mitans Jain was fighting back in that latter stage of the race. There was the moment, unfortunately, into the barriers. And that was with Aaron Mason. So yeah, the 18 for Ari Kallenberg must have been a completely different incident of that warning flag. But yeah, this one here deemed no bueno for the drivers, and that was a huge shame there for Harrison Stevens, and that put him out of the race. Big movers here down the inside once again. Italian Shane fighting back through the field, moving up past Aaron Mason, and then later Aran Qureshi just able to get that move done near the final stage of the race. And at the front, Nathan Capin. What a deserved win on that one. Great pace in qualifying, stripped away, and then in the racing, pushed his way back to the front, and then in the final, takes the win. Well, that is juniors done and dusted for the day, but don't fear, they'll be back tomorrow. 2 more finals to go, and it will be Mini 60 that'll be heading out on to the track next. This will be another, I think, exciting one. We saw some great fighting from the Minis earlier on in their qualifying heats, and I think we might see something very similar in this one, as we had 2 different race winners earlier on. Of course, we saw Atika Mir take the race win in 1, but then we saw the mighty Mason Hibbert. He came away with that Heat 2 win, but then it was taken away. Abhijay Stubbs, I think, pushed his way forward. Unfortunately, Mason Hibbert coming away with a 5-second time penalty, and I believe that one came for, unfortunately, track limits. I think that one came out for, so that's a huge disappointment for him on that. So that one taken away has put Stubbs back to where he wants to be at the top, and that gave Atika Mir this pole position. And there you can see a lovely message to one of our stewards here this weekend. Happy birthday to Maxi. If you see Maxi, either one or 2 things is happening. 1, you come to say happy birthday. 2, you're getting a penalty. And I think it's I think you most likely would like the first of those 2 options. But there they are, our fabulous stewards team. Maxi in the middle there. Great happy birthday to her as she celebrates it here at the Alpha San kart track. But like we say, Mini 60 heading out on to the track now for their final. This one, 13 laps, still the longest race they will do this weekend, but let's take you through the actual class itself. Drivers aged 12 to 14 years old. That's a little bit of false information, because these are slightly younger drivers on this one. They start from the years of 8 upwards to those. And these drivers are the youngest drivers out there, and some of them are the Mini under 10s, of course. We will see them fighting in amongst the Mini 60s, but the overall podium later on today. The Parallel Opportunity chassis being used for the drivers on this one, powered by the TM Mini 360cc engine, 12 brake horsepower being outputted, still revs mighty high, 14,000 RPM. Minimum weight 110 kilos, obviously a lot less than the juniors, but again, still 1 gram underneath that, and you find yourself in a spot of bother. Other drivers who had drama earlier on as well, we'll talk about in a little later on. The tyres that get used this weekend, exactly the same as what the juniors and seniors will have in terms of allocation. 1 dry set, but they use a different, slightly different compound. It is the Vega M1 tyres that is used, and that one a slightly smaller tyre as well, smaller form factor for the Mini category. It really cuts through the air to help push them forward over the course of a race. There, though, the grid primed and ready. A little bit of time to wait, though, before the start of this race, due to start at around 1/2 the hour. There is Fuel Your Media's Kirsty Hockley. She is watching the racing, and she is there, of course, supporting many of drivers, and they are all out on the track in this one as they get themselves ready for this. Atika Mir, though, one to watch over the course. There is Chloe McGill. Great to see she's out in this final. She had that spill in Heat 2. But like I mentioned earlier on, I'll say it again, they build them strong up in Scotland, and she's there on the grid, fighting fit and ready to go racing. Yes, granted, it may be a little further back after that DNF earlier on, but it is still a strong place to be. 5-minute board goes up in the air from the Chief Pre-Grid Officer, Ross Upton. as we prime ourselves ready for this race. But there you can see gloves going on board. Benjamin Krajkovic, and you can see it's a challenge to get those gloves on apparently at this stage of the racing. Takes a bit of effort to get them on. Here's your grid though for Mini 60. Atika Mir and Benjamin Krajkovic up and downs over the course of the day, but they started on the front row of the grid. Albie J. Stubbs, promoted to a race win earlier on, comes away with a second row start, starting alongside Liam O'Halloran. Then row 3 sees Mason Hibbert. That unfortunate penalty drops him back alongside Samar Chopra. Then it is Alexander Fryenstein on row number 4 alongside Francesco Lisnoli, who also came away with a 5-second after an unfortunate nose cone penalty. Ona Tabaza had a retirement in the first race, but has fought back and is starting this one on the 5th row of the grid. It's got Raddy Harris for company alongside Paul Schutzman. And Lawashu Matabula goes from row number 6. They will have Ivan Varun and Chloe McGill going from row number 7. And Sheikh Saif Al Khalifa go from row number 8 and rounds out the 15-cut field. There on your screen is Atika Mir. And again, really strong performance in the start of the day. Pole and qualifying. Didn't come away with 2 qualifying heat wins. Took the win in the first race, really strong performance. Race 2, a little bit of a harder job. Did fall to 4th place in that one, but still finds herself on that pole position spot and is priming herself ready. Alongside this man here, Benjamin Krajkovic, ready to go racing. Gloves are now on firmly, we saw that. So he's happy now as he's seated, suited and booted, ready to rock and roll. Again, does have that outside line to contend with a little bit. Has got to try and sweep that kart to the inside line towards turn number 1 to try and benefit holding on to 2nd place. Here is that driver championship standings. Of course, Atika Mir starting on pole position has claimed 25 championship points. If she takes the final win in this one with the fastest lap, that will bump that one up nicely to 76 championship points, because of course 50 plus 1 plus 25 is 76. Quick maths there. I'm usually terrible at maths, but that's easy. Benjamin Krajkovic second in those points, 22 to his name. Albie J. Stubbs as well, third with 19. Liam O'Halloran with 17 points. Mason Hibbert 15. Samar Chopra 13. Alexander Fryenstein 11. From Francesco Lisnoli 9. Amar Tabaza 7, and Raddy Harris rounds out the top 10 with 6 points out there. But that's only after the first championship point scoring opportunity, which is in those qualifying heats. More points for this final, of course, and then tomorrow, another chunk of championship points. So there's plenty of points that they can grab. Albie J. Stubbs on your screen. XL branding this weekend with the backing from the team that were here, the UAE based team. Certainly know what they're doing with a spanner or two. Have put their driver on the 2nd row of the grid. And see what they can do over the course of this one. But of course, many teams here this weekend in the course on the form of War Motorsport, GGM, JNKD as well. They're all here. And speaking of one of those drivers for GGM is Liam O'Halloran there on the 2nd row of the grid. And that looks like there's a smile underneath that helmet as they're primed, ready to go for this race. Starting right behind Benjamin Krajkovic. We'll see what happens. 1 minute board up in the air. The mechanics have cleared the grid. Of course, these are a touch and go. They've got a button on them. They don't need assistance from a mechanic, unless, of course, that touch and go doesn't work. Fingers crossed that all does. There is Mason Hibbert starting this one on the 3rd row of the grid. A lot of pressure on the young man here on this one to see if he can push his way forward again. He'll want to put the 2nd race behind him. An unfortunate penalty popping him backwards in the field. But this time, let's see what he can do. Starting from the 3rd row of the grid, Samar Chopra starting alongside. We are seconds away from hearing that whistle blow and seeing the green flag wave as Mini 60 final here on Saturday for the Champions of the Future Academy Program UAE is about to start. Engines on, or do they all go on? They do. I thought there Benjamin Krajkovic was going to have a bit of drama there, but no, he fires into life as the field gets underway. They will start their 2 formation laps. and get things squared away in this race. The Mini 60 category, this is their first final of the 2025 season in the UAE Champions of the Future Academy program. And of course, a lot of these drivers, this is just hopefully the first of many finals that we'll see them racing in this new, not category, the category has been out for a while, but this new adventure for the UAE variant of the Academy program. Brand new names being thrown into the international scene here in Mini 60, and me going around chatting to some of the drivers earlier on today. You've got a real sense of the sort of drivers you've got in here who have really delivered great results over the course of their season. For a lot of them, like you say, it's their first international race. For others, they've come from far and wide, of course, from South Africa. We've got drivers from Great Britain and majority of the field UAE-based drivers, but it's their their runs in this one. Of course, you have Chloe McGill from Scotland, very successful in the Bambino category. She has stepped up now on the international scene, pushing forward for the likes of Sheikh Safer Al Khalifa as well. He got his first podium earlier on this year. He's only 8 years old. He starts this one from 15th. He's got the work to push forward, but the only way is up now for that young man. And the same for other drivers as well. Other successful drivers, well-known drivers as well in the paddocks and over in Europe as well is, of course, Radhi Harish. Of course, won the T4 Nations and his second international race as well. Certainly a driver to keep an eye on out in this race. Starts this one on the 5th row of the grid. Does have a good opportunity here. Here we go then. Into the red line. No overtaking beyond this point. And hopefully everyone is all formed up, ready to go. The pace still a bit quick there, and there is some drivers going left, right and centre. A little untidy there in the background, but are we racing? Let's find out. So we are indeed. Lights are out. We are racing down towards turn number 1. It is a good start once more for Atika Mir. She holds on to the lead. How do the rest of the field fare as they crest the hill through down turns number 2 and 3? It all looks pretty clean and tidy here for Mini 60, and already a breakaway at the front of the field. Atika Mir breaking away with Benjamin Kadajkovic. Had a good start to the race as the two of them go fighting at the front of this field. Is that Kadajkovic there? It is, yes indeed. Holding on to that one. Everyone else has gone through. Albert J. Stubbs on the inside of row number 2. Not had the best getaway. Has gone down a couple of positions on this one. As a change for the lead, it is going to be Kadajkovic to the front end of this field, as unfortunately Schutzman under investigation for a starting procedure. Big move down the inside. That's how we like to see it. Not wasting any time whatsoever, as now I am seeing the graphic. The slow boards are out, I think. The slow board's out. I can't see any yellow flags waving on the marshal post, but my graphic here is saying we are under slow procedure. That's cleared to green now, so we are green and racing. So there is just a computer glitch. It is Kadajkovic in the lead of this race. We are still clean and racing. Hibbert there second from O'Halloran. That's got themselves up into 3rd place. Atika Mir currently has dropped to 4th place, so we'll keep a nice close eye on the progression here. But this is a strong performance here from the top of the field, and crucially, Kadajkovic all on his own here is not in the safest of hands, and right now has got that train starting to form behind. The second group just behind that as well. Nolly's still there with Albert J. Stubbs. Now they're going to try and maybe work together, see if they can close in on this group of 3 up ahead, and then, of course, hope that they close in on Kadajkovic up at the front of this one. On to lap number 3 of this race. Kadajkovic leads from Hibbert, O'Halloran, Mir. There's Nolly from Stubbs, Chopra from McGill. Chloe McGill, 6 places gained in this race. She's there in P10. That's an incredible drive. Barunin holding on to 9th place from Freienstein. Schutzman from Tabaza Matabula has been fighting away with Harris. Harris has just stepped up into 13th place now. Al Khalifa holding on to P15 is still very close behind the back of the field here. Eyes on the front. And Krajkovic, Hibbert, O'Halloran and Mir are 1, 2, 3, 4 right now. They have closed into each other here. And let's see how this goes for the field, because Hibbert here has been fighting with Krajkovic all the way throughout the day, and it's not going to change in this final. Hibbert to the inside, takes P1, but immediately loses it again. Krajkovic goes to the up and under, retakes the lead. O'Halloran and Mir have a real opportunity to try and close in on these top two, but Hibbert, setting the fastest lap of the race, has just kept them at bay. But O'Halloran now steps it up into P2. Can Hibbert hold on? No, he can't. Hibbert's been swallowed by the pack. Stubbs has come through, Lisnoli as well, and Krajkovic and Liam O'Halloran pushing through beautifully here. This is incredible stuff, but they've not been able to break away from the chasing pack. Atika Mir's pace is too strong here for them to lose her. She is staying right there in P3 and is closing on the start-finish straight. Krajkovic goes defensive, sweeps back across O'Halloran, and there's nearly a moment at turn number 1. And now everyone's into play. Down the inside, Hibbert goes to the move on Stubbs. Stubbs runs wide, and they fall back into the order. But at the front, Atika Mir is going to go for second place. But Liam O'Halloran defends the spot, runs wide on the exit. Atika Mir with the up and under sneaks through as the two continue to go wheel to wheel. But it's squared away now. And Krajkovic, despite the fighting going on, has not been able to break away here. It is still Krajkovic, Atika Mir, O'Halloran, Hibbert, Lisnoli, Chopra, Stubbs, McGill, Voronin, and Schutzman, Tabaza, Matabula, Harris, Freienstein, and Al Khalifa. Still 1 to 15, but it's this top fight here from P1 to P8 that we will watch for, I think, the remainder of this race. And right now, Krajkovic is pleading with the drivers behind to say, right, let's go, let's push forward. But Krajkovic, your race leader, is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Now that could throw a real spanner in the works. The race leader, who at this moment of 5 seconds, if he were to get one, that is, he's only under investigation, would drop him back at this point all the way to about P8, P9. That would be disastrous for the man who leads this final. But Atika Mir will see that investigation board and will think, right, do I attack or do I push away? If I push away, we might open the gap more than what I would like to. If she attacks, she keeps the fight close, and she knows that she'll come away with a P1 if she can get that move done. But let's see what happens. We're lap number 7 of 13. We're in the second half of it now, and at the front of the field, it has all simmered down just for the moment. Hibbert there has managed to get back up into third place. And is this that moment that we're talking about? Sweeps across. Now, well, there's no contact that's been made, but like I say, it's only an investigation. The teams behind it are watching it. Here's this. Krajkovic and Mir, they are pushing now, but Hibbert is, I think, closing in right now. Yes, okay, on his own, utilising the two just slightly, tripping over each other. He's been able to close in now on Atika Mir. The pace from Hibbert in this second half of the race has been absolutely outstanding. And the young man from the UK, one of the under-10s here, starting to really get involved in that top fight once more. But Krajkovic, holding on to the lead, is keeping that nose clean for the time being. There's been a smattering of other investigations. There's other investigations happening out there to the 820. That's got 2 of them as well. So that is Paul Schutzman. He's got 2 investigations. The 819 as well is also under investigation, I can see, and that is Ivan Voronin. He's under investigation. That's a bold move there. That was a bold look for Mason Hibbert through the bowl section, and that would not have worked out at all. It's absolutely flat out through there, and that was a really close moment, but he stays behind for the time being, but keeps his commitment in for the attack right now. But in the meantime, Stubbs is closed back in now. LBJ Stubbs, could he come away with a podium here? Let's see. Two at front are going to make it difficult for that to happen. Krajkovic and Mir still in control here. Lesnoli also closing in to the inside. Hibbert, he's gone for it. Mason Hibbert takes second place, and LBJ Stubbs gets into P3 after setting the fastest lap of the race. What a chance, what a time to set the fastest lap as well. Right when the driver in front goes for a move, slingshots you through, and Atika Mir now has dropped to P5 as Nioli's gone through as well. To the inside, Hibbert goes for the lead. That's outrageous move. Mason Hibbert to the inside at turn 12 has done it, and LBJ Stubbs has followed through as well. These two seemingly at this moment inseparable from each other, and once more a new race leader heads to the front of the field. We go to lap number 10. There is only a handful of laps to go, and LBJ Stubbs here, well, we said, could he get a podium? Could he get a P1 here? That is the question. The young man from the UK has stepped up in this final and has pushed to the front here, but can he take that one extra step in Mini 60 here, and can he put that name on the top step? This is that moment again on the left hand side of your screen, into turn 12. Outrageous, dust kicked up, and unfortunately for Krajkovic, he had nowhere to go apart from wide, and when you go wide there, it's all dusty and you get the dust on the tyres. Lesnoli has got himself up into third place now. So Francesco Lesnoli is there in P3, sorry. But can he hold on to that one? Time quickly running out here. Can he find himself up on the top step of the podium? Or will O'Halloran, who's there in P4, fight back to this lead 3? Mini 60, I should say, is one of those classes that is absolutely nail-biting to the very end. The constant changes for the lead, the slipstreaming, the toe, the different driving style, and the side-by-side goodness that we see time in and time out that now sees LBJ Stubbs in the lead, but as quickly as he gains it, he loses it again. And that is that frightful thing of Mini 60 racing. You get the move down the inside, you get the train, push through. You may not lose one, you may not lose two, you may lose multiple. And unfortunately for LBJ Stubbs, as quickly as he gets the lead, it's ripped away from him as he goes back down to P4. But it's not over yet. On to lap 12. The race is nearing its conclusion. Hibbert, Lesnoli, O'Halloran are right there. 1, 2, 3. Stubbs holds on to 4th. Trust me when I say this race is far from over. The last lap board will be out this time to the field, and that pushes the dial up to 10. It is a train of 4, but don't rule out the drivers behind as well. Krajkovic, Mir and Chopra, who have got so tantalisingly close to that barrier there in the background. But at the front of the field, the fight is on. Stubbs to the inside, tries to go for 3rd, but can't quite do it. Hibbert is now released from the chasing back behind. Liam O'Halloran is right there now, back into 2nd place. Lesnoli holds on to 3rd, but the chasing pack closes as the last lap board goes out. It's Lesnoli to the inside, looking at turn 1 and 2, and he does it. He's back into P2, but Mason Hibbert's been released. Mason Hibbert now is completely uncontested at the front of this field. He is looking for the first Mini 60 final win of the United Arab Emirates class for the Academy programme. But the fight is on for second place, and LBJ Stubbs has found himself back into P2. This is an incredible performance from LBJ Stubbs. He went back to P4 not only 2 laps ago, he's back to P2 now. And Stubbs is in control, but no, he's lost it again. As quickly as you gain it, it's so easy to lose it. Kulajkovic is back. Benjamin Kulajkovic back into P2, but it's Mason Hibbert at the front. The UK is crowned in the United Arab Emirates. Mason Hibbert wins Mini 60 in a superb fashion. What a drive from Mason Hibbert. Kulajkovic holds on to second place. He came back through the field. LBJ Stubbs does come away with a podium. An incredible fight of attrition for the drivers. A great drive, committed drive from all of them. At Tika Mir, though, there you can see it. Well, it says biggest mover. Unfortunately, it's in the wrong direction, unfortunately, on that graphic. The biggest mover in the right direction is Chloe McGill. 6 places gained to finish in P8. And that is what we need on that one. But there on your screen, Mason Hibbert. What can we say about this young man? Real contender this season. Real contender, I'm sure, in future years. The young man gaining 4 places after having the win taken off him in the race 2. In the final, it heads back to him. Mason Hibbert wins ahead of Benjamin Kulajkovic. LBJ Stubbs finishes P3 ahead of Liam Mahalan. Francesco Lisnoli finishes P5 ahead of Samar Chopra. Atika Mir from Chloe McGill. Paul Jutzman finishes in P9 ahead of Moashu Matabula. Amar Tabaza finishes P11 from Ivan Voronin. Then it is Radhi Harris from Alexander Fryenstein, and Sheikh Saif Al Khalifa rounds out the 15 kart field. There, though, Mason Hibbert heads to the weighbridge. Of course, he's got to cross over that weighbridge. He's got to make sure he's above the weight, but I don't think we'll see any problem with that. Drivers have been well behaved this weekend with that, but there you can see it. It's a great achievement. Yes, it's only day 1, but that's a huge chunk of points on the board for the man who started this race on the 3rd row of the grid. Here are the highlights from that race. And what a race that was at the end. There may not have been many of them, but trust me, they gave a performance here like their life depended on it, and it certainly proved to be an amazing final there. And right from the word go, we were seeing those fights right at the beginning of it, how Kulajkovic was trying to get that lead away from the likes of Tika Mir. Tika Mir later on just being squeezed back into the pack. That was her down into second place. She didn't give up on that point, but then tumbled down the order, unfortunately. The young lady who put it on pole position, unfortunately, will not see that podium in the first final of the weekend, but if she can continue her qualifying pace into tomorrow, that could be a second chance of getting that name up at that sharp end of the field. The highlights kept coming in lap after lap for the field. Multiple drivers all trying to get into that top section. Kulajkovic had that moment. This is still where Tika Mir was fighting at the sharp end all the way at lap number 6 of the race, and lap 5. This was still an incredible drive at this point, and you can see how everyone was so committed to keeping their car on the outside. Liam Mahalan there really pushing forward to get up into that top section, dropped back a little bit in the order, then came back through. It's really a yo-yo of a race for a lot of these drivers. There's the live feed on the right-hand side of your screen. Mason Hibbert, it's all good. And that is a final win here in Al Forsan. He's even got the strength to get his own kart on the trolley. Fantastic to see. This moment's here, though. These highlights kept coming up. LBJ Stubbs fighting at the front here. He had the lead for all of about 100 meters, because later at the next turn, Not one, not two, but all three went through. And he was quickly down to 4th place once again. Would fight back though, found his way to the inside here of Liam O'Halloran, got that move done. Later again, this is where Benjamin Karajkovic, you can just see him in the background there trying to push forward. There you can see the likes of Francesco Lisnoli pushing through. On the final lap though, I think that's where it really came to blows here. Lisnoli fighting away with LBJ Stubbs. Stubbs back up into P2, but this for Benjamin Karajkovic, he had the waft out of the hairpin, was able to push his way back to P2. Yes, it's a P2, but look at the celebrations there all the way throughout. Hibbert with the biggest. Karajkovic holding on with that 2nd place finish. A well-deserved run that sees LBJ Stubbs round out the top 3 in Mini 60. 2 finals down, 1 more to go. OKN Senior is the next race out on the track, and this could be an important one for Marcus Shilkunas. Again, he has pushed that kart to the front of this field in every single race. He's not had to battle too hard, but have those tyres met their maker, or has he looked after them over the course of this day's racing? The field makes their way out onto the track. It's OKN Senior, and Marcus Shilkunas and Alessandro Biggi will be your front row for this race. The 2nd row, though, looks very interesting. From my point here in the commentary box, Guido Badoli starts alongside Ella Häkkinen, and that could be one to watch in this one. We have seen how Häkkinen's been able to push her way forward throughout those 2 qualifying heats. Can she do the same in this final as that field makes their way to the grid? Right now, like I say, may only be the 9 drivers in this race, but the fighting has been fierce in that mid-pack, and this is the class. OKN Senior, drivers aged 14 to 18 years of age. They are the oldest drivers out here this weekend. And of course, 3 of each drivers from the classes, 3 female drivers selected with the Academy program backing over the course of the Champions of the Future. And a couple of those drivers are here this weekend. Power unit. Well, the chassis is the Car Republic KR2, same as the juniors. The engine is the same as the juniors. It's the IME Reedster 125cc. However, it has been configured into its senior engine capacity, which puts out 35 brake horsepower instead of the 27 that the juniors have. Revs the same, but the minimum weight is different. 150 kilos this time, that is kart and driver included. Any gram underneath that, and they're in a spot of bother with the officials. The drivers now have made their way to the starting grid. These are the tyres that they use. Again, slightly different from the junior capacity. It is still the Vega XM4 this time around. It's still the XH4, and they still get the same tyre allocation. The 1 dry set per day. And of course, tomorrow, when they go out for time qualifying and those qualifying, it's a brand new set of tyres once again. The field there, priming themselves ready to go for this one. This race due to start on the hour, which is about 6 or so minutes from now, as they prime themselves ready for this race. Marcus Shilkunas, of course, starting this one on pole position, has done enough here. 2 qualifying heat wins out of 2. Has put that name right at the sharp end of the field on this one. Alessandro Biggi has joined on that front row as well. Great results for these drivers over the course of the qualifying heats, which of course sees the man Shilkunas on that front run with those 2 wins out of 2. Other drivers who have had up and down moments over the course of this one have kept their names up at that sharp end. It means it's kept the points nice and close as well. And here is that grid for you. Marcus Shilkunas and Alessandro Biggi will be going from row number 1. Guido Badoli and Ella Häkkinen on row 2. Amelia Wiszymirska will be starting alongside Gianna Pascal on row number 3. Vanessa Shilkaneta and Omar Jorge go from row number 4. There we'll see Jordan Moodley going from row number 5 in P9. A lot of work to be done for that one, but still, this is a big chance now for these drivers to push forward. 5-minute board up at the front of the grid. There from Chief Pre-Grid Officer Ross Upton. We are ready to go racing very, very soon here in the evening time, and it looks a lot more like evening than it really feels like. It is only pushing 5 to 4 local time, but of course with all the dust and the sand from the surrounding deserts, it really puts a nice evening like dusk on quite early on in the day. There is Marcus Shilkunas, primed and ready, front of the grid. It's just a case of one more race for him. He's not had to really fight with anyone else over the course of this one. It's just get that kart started and get it to the end. As there is Sophie. That is the mechanic for Vanessa Shilkunas, having a selfie op, a photo op there with Amelia Vishamirska as well, who I believe she's spanned for also over the course of the racing careers for a lot of these drivers. Of course, some of these drivers not only racing here in the UAE, but also out in Europe in many international championships around the world. Alessandro Biggi, there on your screen, certainly could be a contender in this final. Fought his way to the front of the grid for this one. After starting a little further back, he was been promoted from the second row from those qualifying heats up to the front row here. So could see an improvement from him. Other drivers who have unfortunately gone backwards is this man here, Guido Badoli, only by 1 spot, but we're curious to see what he can do now, starting on the inside of row 2. And for me personally, that's a nicer spot to start, I think, for the races. Yes, okay, you may be on the second row of the grid, but you're right behind the pole sitter. You've got the inside line. So it's the best possible place you could possibly start, other than, I would say, pole position. There, everyone else getting themselves ready. You could see how the drivers in the background causing havoc a little bit of fun having it there on the grid. There is Ella Hakkinen, one driver who I am sure is going to be thinking about pushing forward in this one, as she has done already over the course of this weekend. Qualifying was a bit tough, qualified P7 over the course of this one, but has fought her way now to start P4. So has gained a full row and a bit to put herself in this position. So keep an eye on her from that second row of the grid. Amelia Vishamirska as well. We saw her earlier on having a photo op, and now starts this one on the third row of the grid. Helmets on, that means business. And the driver from Poland, well known on the international karting scene over in Europe as well as the Middle East here. And we'll see what she can do from the inside of row number 3 as everyone priming themselves ready for this one. Gianna Pascal starting alongside her, and the driver from South Africa certainly looking to see what she can do. She hasn't moved up the order from qualifying originally. She has stayed there on that thick spot of the grid, but has still delivered the good results from the course of that one, has been consistent. Now again is looking for that extra push in this final. She preps herself ready for this race. Now, these drivers, still a lot of pressure for them in this early career of their racing. Of course, karting still, I think, deemed as one of the purest forms of motorsport. A lot of these drivers still have a lot to prove. A lot of these drivers still have much to give over the course of their racing. There you can see Vanessa Shilkunas geeing herself up ready for this one, pushing herself forward from the 7th row of the grid. She will have the Mexican of Omar Jorge starting alongside on that 4th row of the grid. It does look to me, though, that there is only 8 karts out there. I cannot see a kart on that 5th row of the grid. Jordan Moodley was out in those races. I don't think has headed out for this final, which is a big shame. So can confirm he is missing from the grid on this one. But for the rest of them, their one race here is priming themselves ready for this one. And like you say, all of these drivers priming themselves ready for the last race of the day. Green flag waves, engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit Let's go racing one more time today. OKN Senior is engines on as the field of 8 head out onto the track. And will this be another lights to flag domination from Marcus Shilkunas, or will he find himself under pressure from Alessandro Biggie, who has promoted himself to the front row of the grid? Will he see the pressure of Ella Häkkinen, who's had incredible pace this weekend, who's pushed herself up to the second row of the grid? Anything could happen, we're not too sure, but right now one thing that we are certain of is that OKN Senior is about to have an almighty fight for your top 3 on the podium. But the question still remains, who will it be? Field makes its way round again the track. This is only their first lap. They'll get another lap to get temperature into the tyres, into the engines, into themselves as well, of course. But last chance to really dial themselves in. And you saw there at the back of the grid how Vanessa Shilkunas was really hyping herself up here at the start. With, of course, no Jordan Moodley just behind. The only way is up here for Vanessa Shilkunas and Omar Jorge at the front of the field. And let's see how they will do in this race. Pressure is on for the drivers here. Marshall's primed and ready. Sure officials are as well. Drivers getting into that now rhythm to start this race. The butterflies come in no matter how big the grid is. If it's 36 karts, if it's 20, if it's 10, if it's 8, it doesn't matter. It's the same feeling a driver gets. The butterflies at the bottom of your stomach, they intensify as the race gets going. It disappears just like those red lights as they extinguish. Here we go then, at the front of the field. It is Marcus Shilkunas and Alessandro Biggie on that front row of the grid. Round the final corner. OKN Senior, are we racing? The answer is yes, as they head down in towards turn number 1. Again, great start there for Marcus Shilkunas. No one seemingly able to get their nose down the inside at that early stage. And now you're seeing Alessandro Biggie. Can he capitalise in this early stage? He's not had to fight or defend anyone here. He just has to push forward. But there is Ella Häkkinen, who's there in third place. She's already got past the likes of Guida Badoli, stepped up into third place, and this is exactly what she would have wanted. But let's see how this race progresses, because my oh my, is it a long one. 17 laps for the senior grid here, and have these tyres lasted the mile that they needed to do? This is the challenge for them. At this moment, for Marcus Shilkunas, the answer looks to be like, yes, they have lasted, because he's got the lead, and he's got the lead by 7/10 of a second already. Alessandro Biggie is defending from Ella Häkkinen, who is there in third place, but at this moment cannot find her way through. She is staying there at the moment in P3. But look at this behind. Guida Badoli back on the charge here. Are we going to see a move this lap? The answer at this moment is no. He stays just behind. Big hit of that exit curve there out of turn 13. But eyes programmed on looking forward. Gianna Pascal there in P5. Tantalisingly close to a podium here. Can she find her way past the 2 drivers up ahead? Can she get past the rest of the drivers up ahead? That's the question. This moment still looking strong in this early stage. Is the young female from South Africa. We'll keep a close eye on the progression. On to lap number 3. And still, Shilkunas from Biggie, Häkkinen from Badoli, Pascal from Vyshemierska, Shilkunas and Jorge is still there behind. You can see how Vanessa Shilkunas now has latched on to the back of Amelia Vyshemierska. As, oh dear, it looked like Biggie may have had a bit of a moment through the chicane there. That might be a sign for Häkkinen to go for the change. And she does. Down the inside at the hairpin. Moves into second place. And Ella Häkkinen now has a real shot of closing into Markus Schilkunis. The gap, though, is a staggering 1.9 seconds already as Emilia Wiszymiecka sends it down the inside of Gianna Pascal, and now comes Vanessa Schilkunis. Vanessa through the inside as well, battles with Gianna Pascal. Pascal fights back as the two go wheel to wheel, and the two communicating in the background, nearly colliding there on the start-finish straight. No matter what position they fight for, they are fierce in how they do it. And right now, they continue to fight. And at the front here, Markus Schilkunis continues to break away as Guido Badoli heads back to the top three, and he's back into a podium spot here now. Alessandro Bighi seemingly just fading at this point here now. He's got to dig deep. Driver who started this one on the front row of the grid. He's still in contention right now, but he's got Emilia Wiszymiecka, who has closed in just behind. She's already latched on to the back of this group after that overtake earlier on from Gianna Pascal. And they've held position in the background there as well. She's got a real chance here of getting up into this sharp end of the order. Podium spot is only a couple of spots ahead of her. Let's see how this progresses. Schilkunis, though, in the lead, 2.4 seconds clear. Ella Häkkinen, Guido Badoli, Alessandro Bighi, Emilia Wiszymiecka are your top five. As Wiszymiecka here is, I think, really piling on the pressure to Alessandro Bighi. At this moment, not found a way through just yet, and constant looks over the shoulder. But Alessandro is usually, if you keep looking behind, that's usually where you'll end up. You've got to look forward in these races. You've got to think pushing forward. Here is the Pascal and Schilkunis battle just behind as well. That is continuing to rage on for the time being. In the meanwhile, losing touch of that group up in front. They need to really think about working with each other here. Try and close up to this group of four. Two of them on that podium spots for the time being. At this moment, still in a strong position. This championship is not only a challenge in its own right, with it being, of course, the Iran Drive, but that very function makes it even more of a challenge. Everyone on the same equipment, the same engines, the same chassis, the same tyres, everything is the same. And it just makes it that little bit more of a technical challenge for the drivers. They've got to think, right, if we can't do it with setup-wise, we've got to do it with pure knowledge of the circuit. That's why track walks here in the Academy program are so vital, really learning the circuit. And one man who's done just that is the man who's in the lead of this race. Markus Schilkunis now clear by 3.2 seconds. Oh, look at this, Guido Badoli, I think might be going for a P2 back here. Ella Häkkinen's done a great job of getting that card into second place. The question remains, can she hold on to it? And for the time being, Guido Badoli will have to stay there in third place. We saw how Ella Häkkinen got the move done to get into second place after that slight mistake from Alessandro Bighi through the chicane. She capitalised on it and then went for the move only 2 corners later. But here is now going to have to think about defence. And speaking to them earlier on, as this was the moment for Gianna Pascal and Vanessa Schilkunis in the back there. The two nearly in the back, scraping bodywork there, but they've calmed themselves down there now, and they've closed in actually on the 4 ahead. So now adding other team drivers to this frenzy certainly might make things interesting. Looks like Ella Häkkinen's picked up the pace here, and the same for Gianna Pascal. Fastest lap of the race for the young lady from South Africa, 55.400. Closing back in on Vanessa Schilkunis, just behind. But again, they're closing in on the group in front. They need to stay with the group in front. They need to wait for them to start fighting before they start fighting. If they close in and start battling, they'll undo all the hard work they just did to close in on these drivers. It's a real mind game It's a real game of chess in karting. Your first move could make the difference of how the rest of the race progresses for you. But here now, Ella Häkkinen controlling P2 from Guido Badoli. Markus Schilkunas at the front is doing Markus Schilkunas things, setting the fastest lap of the race. He is continuously breaking away from the rest of the field. Guido Badoli down the inside. That move came out of nowhere, and Ella Häkkinen fights back, wheel to wheel into the banking, and Häkkinen holds on to P2. But that is the first attempt from Guido Badoli for second place, and that's brought everyone back into play now. Alessandro Bighi right on the tail end now. Ella Häkkinen's now been released, so that re-overtake has put Badoli under pressure, and Bighi goes through. Emilia Wiśniewska tries to get him through. Vanessa Schilkinator's back. They are 3 wide into turn 1, and Vanessa Schilkinator and Gianna Pascal both go through. Through the order they go. What a drive here. We've had to wait a while of the game of chess in motorsport to unfold itself, but it has done so now spectacularly. Schilkunas leads, Häkkinen, Bighi, Vanessa Schilkinator, Gianna Pascal. Hold on to this, but it's gone wrong. It's gone wrong for Vanessa Schilkinator. She's gone backwards, and Guido Badoli's gone backwards now. Guido Badoli is at the back of this train. This is not what you have wanted. He was fighting for second place earlier on, and now he's fallen back in the order. Here, though, Alessandro Bighi's broken away. This is the fight behind. This is for 4th place. Gianna Pascal to the inside. She's done it. Gianna Pascal into P4. It's disaster for Mexico, though, and that is Omar Jorge out of this race. But the fight at the front is on. Gianna Pascal now there in P4. A podium is only 1 place away, but Alessandro Bighi has opened up the fight. There is the stricken machine of Omar Jorge. It ground to a halt going in towards the top section of the lap. But eyes on this, back down the inside. It's Emilia Wiśniewska. She's done it. She's taken P4 back. And now, can she close in on Alessandro Bighi? These two drivers are locked in a uncontrollable dogfight between the two of them as they continue to fight for position. Schilkunas leads by 4.4. Häkkinen's broken away from Bighi. Bighi is clear from this fight. There, at this moment, is Vanessa Schilkinator. She was fighting at the sharp end. Look at this again! Fighting! Oh, she's done it once more. Gianna Pascal found an unfindable gap down the inside of turn 1 and squeezes her way back into 4th place. But Emilia Wiśniewska is not going to back down, I'm sure. And look who's back. It's Guido Badoli. He's back to fight once more. And the two communicate with each other here. Surely they've got to think of the bigger picture, which is 3rd place. Because at this moment, it is just eking away from them. The gap's opened up to about 3 seconds now between P4 and P3. But the fight remains here for this fight here. P4, it's all about this one now. Gianna Pascal doing what she can. This would be her best result of the weekend, the best result of this fight, and she's doing what she needs to do. But Emilia Wiśniewska is not going to back down from this one, I can tell you that for free. Neither is Guido Badoli. All of them will do it. I tell you who else isn't going to back down. Vanessa Schilkinator, because she is closing back in once more. We saw how they all opened up, but this fight is far from over between these drivers. They've simmered down now. Pascal has gone into a rhythm here, and Emilia Wiśniewska is yet to think about a move right now. She's locked in, but she seems just that little bit quicker in through the entrance of that sector 3. She really closes in there over the line, but at this moment cannot find a way past. There is your race leader, Markus Schilkunas, at the front of this field. He's brought it back now. He's brought it right back on the pace. You can see how the gap's come down now to 3.8 seconds between himself and Ella Häkkinen. And I can completely understand that one now. Saving the kart, I would say saving himself as well at this point. He's had a tough day today. He's worked hard, he's pushed forward. Yes, he's had those wins, but he's had to work for them. And these drivers here as well. Change just in the background. And now Guido Badoli has got the move done on Emilia Wiśniewska, and that is released. Gianna Pascal there in 4th place. She is clear and dry now, but Guido Badoli has only got a small gap to try and close if he wants that P4 back from Gianna Pascal. Out of the final corner they go. They go into lap 15 of this race, and Gianna Pascal there nodding the head, I think being told to keep pushing, keep your head down, and keep driving away from the fight that's happening behind you. Vanessa Schilkenater now is starting to reel in this group up ahead. She is starting to close in on Emilia Wiśniewska once more. And right now, these drivers just seem inseparable right here. Still no change. Pascal holds on to 4th, but Guido Badoli closes ever closer throughout this race. There though, Emilia Wiśniewska has not given up that fight either. She has stayed right there. She has stayed in touch. There is Ella Häkkinen in 2nd place. We've not said much about her in this second half of the race. She got it up into P2, drove away from the rest. She's 4.1 seconds down from Schilkenater. She's another 2 seconds up from Alessandro Biggi. This is one of those tough races right here where it's just laps after laps after laps, and you can just see the driver up ahead fading away in the distance. You don't hear a kart right behind you. You're all on your own. It's I think one of the toughest forms of racing, actually, for a driver to just stay consistent. And someone else who's having to deal with that sort of pressure is the driver as well in 3rd place. Alessandro Biggi has seen Häkkinen just slowly drive away, but doesn't know about the incredible unfolding battle just behind. Last lap board comes out now to the field. Schilkenater, Häkkinen and Biggi are looking at a podium, but where will the rest of the drivers finish? For Pascal, she's 4th. For Badoli, he's 5th. For Wiśniewska, she's 6th. For Schilkenater, she's 7th. But are they going to stay in those positions? Here on this final lap, Markus Schilkenater has done enough, has done everything he could possibly do. Clear by 4.7 seconds. It's a commanding drive to the end. And for him, a solid start to the weekend. With 2 corners to go, Markus Schilkenater wins the senior final in fashion. And that is what he wants. Markus Schilkenater takes the win. Ella Häkkinen 2nd. Biggi will take 3rd. Is it Pascal? It is. Gianna Pascal finishes in 4th place ahead of Guido Badoli. Emilia Wiśniewska holds on to 6th. Vanessa Schilkenater takes 7th. Omar Jorge, unfortunately retiring from the race, finishes P8, and Jordan Moodley, unfortunately not out on track for the final. Markus Schilkenater, though, lights to flag delivery, keeps it on P1 with no idea of the fight that went on behind him. An incredible drive there, incredible fight for 4th place between Gianna Pascal, Guido Badoli, Emilia Wiśniewska and Vanessa Schilkenater. Great driving from the 4 of them, which did see Gianna Pascal win that battle out on track. Yes, it may not have been for a podium spot, but still, for a driver, having an amazing fight on track is all you need. Markus Schilkenater takes the win ahead of Ella Häkkinen, Alessandro Biggi from Gianna Pascal, Guido Badoli, Emilia Wiśniewska, Vanessa Schilkenater, and Omar Jorge rounds out the top 8. The drivers out on circuit. A retirement for Omar Jorge, unfortunately, he sees Spencer retire, which will be like a capital failure for him at the midway point of that race. There though, Marcus Shilkunas, done and dusted for today. But tomorrow is a brand new day. Can he repeat that process? We will have to wait and see. But for now, the job is done. He takes the lead of the championship standings. Let's have a look at some of the highlights there. The photo ops, the paparazzi, even though one's a mechanic and two are drivers. But still, it shows the love inside the paddock here. It shows what these drivers want, and it wants a good fight. That's what it is. That's what it's all about. For these drivers here, the highlights of it, Marcus Shilkunas didn't have to fight too much in that one. Lights the flag, had control from the word go. Now was able to push his way forward, really delivered that strong result all the way throughout this weekend. Perfect score. Takes 76 championship points at the end of it with that fastest lap of the race as well, which was 0.2 of a second faster than anyone else over the course of that race, a 55.002. Very quick pace for the Lithuanian. Then the fighting started to happen through the pack. Ella Hakkinen there getting up into second place. That one and only overtake brought her back where she wanted to be. Was able to push forward. This was the attempt from Guido Badoli. Moved down the inside. Hakkinen fought back though. Got the move, got the cart, and that was a nice up and under to put her back into P2. And at that point there, Alessandro Biggi found his way through. Then we saw the fights in the background. Emilia Wiśniewska, Vanessa Shilkunas, and Gianna Pascal. From the word go, it was an almighty scrap here. And it was at this point now, Gianna Pascal was just at the back of that fight and just able to squeeze her way to the front of it. These four having a great little scrap, but unfortunately, that scrap lasted too long, and they weren't able to catch up to the drivers up ahead. The top three all managed to break away, all of them fighting for position here. An incredible getaway. Vanessa Shilkunas, unfortunately, did go to the back of that train, but she did fight back, though, in the later stage, and that is what Vanessa does best. She fights back through the field. So does Gianna Pascal. Great result here for Gianna. That was the unfortunate retirement for Omar Jorge there. His kart breaking down at the highest part of the circuit. This was that fight again between Wiśniewska and Gianna Pascal. They continue that fight all the way throughout. This impossible gap at turn number one. Incredible charge for those two drivers. And there, looks behind, says Marcus Shilkunas, and says, where are they? Well, they're on the podium, but they were a staggering 4.7 seconds further down the road. Well, there you have it. Racing done and dusted for today. The podiums, though, will be coming up very, very soon. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. It will be great to see because, of course, today is only one of 2 days. Tomorrow is a brand new day, brand new qualifying heats, and brand new finals as well. Will it be a similar story, or will we change the book? We don't know. We will have to wait until tomorrow. But for now, I'll say goodnight to Anthony Jordan. We'll see you on those podiums, and a big well done to everyone here at the circuit. We'll see you then. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Attention paddock, if we could have all categories for the podium presentations, please, in mini, junior and senior, over to the podium. Podium is taking place in 2 minutes' time. We'll make it work. Where is Amal?
Amal is there. I'm going to check for Marco Parolin.
He's there. Cool, okay. I need to know his job title. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I believe we are now ready for the podium presentations. PA, turn it up, please. Can't hear it at all. No one here can hear me. So thank you very much for your patience on this one. We will hopefully start the podium presentations in the next couple of seconds. And I think those seconds have now come because I can hear myself over the PA. So we are working. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We are now ready to present the medals to the top 3 in each category. We'll go in final order, which means we will start with the OKN junior category. And please welcome onto the podium, representing the United Arab Emirates, finishing just 5.2 seconds behind the race winner. Please give it up for Leo Aida. Yeah, Leo, you head on to that top spot there, you onto that P3. Please welcome onto the podium, finishing in second place, also representing the United Arab Emirates, finishing just 4.1 seconds behind the race leader. It is Veer Chopra. And finally, your race winner for the United Arab Emirates in the number 23 machine, gaining 3 places, it's Nathan Kappan! We will now listen to the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. OKN Junior. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium the General Manager of Extreme Sports and Recreation, Amal Pushpanathan, to present the winners' medals. Firstly, heading to 3rd position, Leo Aina. Leo having a fabulous race, gaining 2 places. The 2nd place medal heading to Veer Chopra. Again, for Veer, 1 place gain to finish on the 2nd spot on the podium. And finally, your final winner, Nathan Kappan. Well, fabulous result. Amal, if you want to join the drivers just on the podium, yeah, you jump on that 3rd place spot. We'll get some photos for our top 3. And then we would like to invite everyone onto the top step of the podium as well, and Amal, you can join them as well. So if we're ready, yep, drivers all jump on the top step of the podium for me. You can bring your helmets along. Amal, yeah, if you join as well. Nice big smiles for everyone out there. And another great end to the racing here today. And a brand new day tomorrow, of course, with a fresh qualifying, 2 fresh new heats, and of course the final again on Sunday. Well, excellent stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 big round of applause for your junior finalists. But Nathan Kappan, don't go anywhere just yet, so I want to come over and have a quick chat. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come this side of you. No, you stay here. There we go, because the camera is over there. Right, Nathan, well, from disaster this morning, time qualifying, the drama put you to the back of the grid, but the pace was there. You came through and took the win in the final. Tell us, must be a great feeling. How are you feeling after that?
Really happy taking with the win. Wasn't expecting much after quali, But since we got into the lead in the final, I knew it was just head down. And since we took the final, I was really happy concerning what happened in quali.
Yeah, indeed. It's such a challenge, wasn't it? But let's say from all those qualifying heats, you had to push through. You then got the penalty in the first heat as well. Did you think there's no way at this point, or did you think, I'm going to keep pushing?
I think I was going to keep pushing. I was definitely confident. I knew we had the pace. Just like getting a good position and starting on the inside or getting a good start for the finals and putting our heads down and going for the lead as quick as we can.
Yeah. Indeed. Well, tomorrow's a brand new day. Do you reckon you can do the same but without the penalties?
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Congratulations. Well done. Nathan Cappen, ladies and gentlemen. Well, perfect. Let's head over to the Mini 60 category now. And we go to the main class. And starting with third position, please welcome onto the podium, representing Great Britain, finishing just 1.7 seconds behind the race leader at the end. In the 8:05, it's LBJ Stubbs. In second position, representing the United Arab Emirates, finishing just 1.2 seconds behind the race leader. In the 8:02 machine, it's Benjamin Kalajkovic. And your race winner after 13 laps, gaining 4 positions for Great Britain in the 8:07, it's Mason Hibbert. We will now listen to the national anthem of the United Kingdom. For your finalists in Mini 60, we'd now like to welcome Marco Parolin onto the podium from the Parolin brand to present the winners' medals. Firstly, heading to third position, LBJ Stubbs. Great race for Albie, starting third and finishing third at the end. The second place medal heading to Benjamin Kalajkovic. Again, fabulous race for Benjamin. Again, a good fight there all the way to the end, finishing just 1.2 behind the race winner. And finally, as mentioned, 4 positions gained. The winner's medal heading to Mason Hibbert. Well, Marky, you joined them there on the podium. Drivers, nice big smiles for the photographers out there. And then we'll get you all on the top step of the podium as well. And I think we're all good on that front. So Marco, yep, you join. And Benjamin and Albie, yep, you join all on the top step of the podium. Perfect stuff. And again, drivers, nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there. As like we say, another brand new day tomorrow with a new qualifying. Will we see these 3 drivers back on the top steps of the podium on Sunday's racing? We'll only have to wait and see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, one big final round of applause for Mini 60. But Mason, don't go far. I'm going to have a chat with you. I know you don't want to, but there we go. It's tough. Mason, great day for you. A little bit of work on that one. You had fights all the way throughout the day. Tell us, was it a challenge or did you enjoy the day?
I enjoyed the day doing the challenge I had to do to make places.
Yeah. Tomorrow's another day as well. You've got to do it all over again. Are we going to do the same and get that P1 again?
Yes.
Excellent. I think that's a good answer. What are you going to do now, between now and tomorrow?
Chill.
Chill. No partying, no? Good lad. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Mini 60! And finally, on to the OKN senior category. This one's certainly been a very interesting one over the course of it. A very dominant performance by one driver, but it starts with third place. And finishing in P3, representing the United Arab Emirates, finishing 7.7 seconds behind the race leader. Give it up for Alessandro Biggie! In second position, representing Monaco, finishing just 4.7 seconds behind the race leader, it's Ella Hakkinen. And your race winner, representing Lithuania, finishing on top in everything today, give it up for Markus Šilkūnas. We will now listen to the national anthem of Lithuania. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause for your finalists in OKN Senior. We'd now like to welcome Race Director for the Champions of the Future Academy Program UAE, Martin Bean, to present the winners' medals. Firstly, heading to third place, Alessandro Biggie. Great race for Alessandro, starting the race in P2, dropping to 3, but still finishing on the podium. The second place trophy heading to Ella Hakkinen. Again, great race for Ella. 2 places gained to see her finish on that second place on the podium. And finally, your race winner, Markus Šilkūnas. Martin, don't go anywhere. You've got a photo up now. You've got to join them on the podium. Sorry. Nice big smiles, drivers, for all the photographers. And Martin, get in nice and close. Martin, nice and close. Thank you. Nice big smiles for the photographers out there. A brilliant end to their racing. And of course, as always, another day tomorrow. Sunday's racing could see a brand new challenge for the field. And then we'd like to get everyone on the top step of the podium as well, please. So, Alessandro, you come along. Ella, yep, you join as well. Onto the top step, Fabulous N, and Martin joins them once more on that top step of the podium. Well, a fantastic day, nice big smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, big round of applause for Senior OKN. Well, there we go. Marcus, you stick around for a brief moment. We're going to jump in and have a quick chat with you. I know, again, you're reluctant. Don't worry, I don't bite. There we go. Right, Marcus. Dominant, I think, is the correct word for it. Pole position, Heat 1, Heat 2, and final on Saturday. Can that be achieved tomorrow, or is it think what we want to do? But what do you think of today?
Yeah, the day was really, really nice and really hot day. And I hope I can achieve the same results tomorrow.
Well, fingers crossed for you. What are you making of the circuit? You know this one quite well now. You've done quite a few laps around here. The conditions were okay today. Wasn't too dusty out there?
Yeah, just my ribs already hurt, so that's really not nice.
Not nice for your ribs hurting. What's the plan then? Ice pack and rest?
We see.
Excellent. I recommend it. Well, Marcus, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. All done and dusted then for Saturday here for the Champions of the Future Academy Program UAE. But don't worry, we're back again tomorrow with a brand new day with qualifying heats and finals. From myself, Anthony Jordan, we'll see you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.